Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. The time is now 9:40, and I shall resume this inquiry into the appeal made against the Council's decision to refuse outline planning permission with all matters reserved, except for access, for a residential development of up to 250 dwellings and a mixed-use community hub with associated infrastructure, including public open space and community facilities, comprising a replacement sports ground and pavilion with accesses from Church Street, Cooling Road and Buttway Lane at land to the east and west of Church Street, Cliffe, Rochester. This is the fifth day of the inquiry, and I'll start with the usual reminders. Please switch all phones and devices to silent. And I'll aim to break for lunch somewhere between midday and 1, with suitable breaks mid-morning and mid-afternoon. On Thursday, I heard from the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Resident Development Group on health and sport, followed by the appellant's witness on design, and we also discussed suggested conditions and the draft legal agreement. Today, I will begin with a statement from the Local Planning Authority, followed by any interested parties who wish to speak, and then I will hear from the appellant's witness on transport, sport and planning. I've already heard extensively from local residents, and I'm happy to hear from anyone else who wishes to speak today. But bearing in mind timeliness, it's probably useful not to repeat things that have been said sort of a few times. You're welcome to come up and speak if you've got sort of new points you wish to make. However, if you do mention something that I've heard from extensively already, I may stop you and ask you to move on to your next point if required. Mr. Hyde had already registered to speak this morning, and I've got a statement from him, so I'll allow him to proceed for what he's submitted already. But can I take the names of anyone who wishes to speak today, please? If you raise your hands, and I'll try and get to you. Anyone? Okay, thank you. Are there any procedural or housekeeping matters?
You going first?
Madam, there's one procedural matter in terms of conditions.
Mm-hmm.
There were, I think, two questions arising out of the condition session in terms of the justification for monitoring costs, and a question from Councillor Fribbins about the implications of the neighbourhood plan in terms of Section 106 contributions. A short written note has been prepared by Ms Gunner, which I think was going to go to PINS. If it hasn't gone already, it will go. So just to say it's on its way. That's the only procedural matter before we come to the issue of our reasons for refusal in due course.
Thank you very much. Mr. Strawn, any procedural matters?
Good morning, Madam. Yes, as you know, we heard some statements read out by the Rule 6 party, the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Group, and we said we'd set out a response in writing. We provided that, I think, last night to Mr. Smith and Councillor Fribbins and probably the council. I believe it was also sent to PINS, but yes. I've got a hard copy if it helps. If you want it.
Yes, that would help, actually. Thank you.
It's the same document.
Don't have a printer in the travel lodge. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I did circulate a list of the inquiry documents that we've had to date. Did everyone receive that?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you. Rather than go through the additional documents we've had, I'll just amend that later and recirculate it, if that's of help to you. Okay. Okay, well, if there are no additional procedural or housekeeping matters, I will invite the council just to read out their statement with regards to their changed position. Thank you, Mr. Dufer.
Thank you very much, Madam. And you should have this in writing document authored by me and dated yesterday, the 22nd of May, 2023. It is an amended statement of case on behalf of the council in respect of this inquiry, and it will be available on the council's website for anybody who wishes to obtain a copy. The council has carefully considered its position following the evidence heard in the first week of the inquiry, and for the reasons which I'll summarise now, the council has decided that it's necessary to withdraw its reasons for refusal forthwith. As those following the inquiry will know the council called one witness to give evidence to the inquiry addressing all reasons for refusal, and I just summarise some of the answers given in respect of the various reasons for refusal. So the council's witness accepted that reason for refusal 1 is a subset of 4 and doesn't add anything to reason for refusal 4. It was accepted by him that there was no identifiable impact on character, and that concerns in relation to the 25% increase in scale of the village related to sustainability. Following the evidence given by the council's witness, the council does not maintain reason for refusal 1 as an independent reason for refusal. In respect of reason for refusal 2, the council's witness accepted that there was no objective evidence called by the council in support of it. The reason for refusal relied on a perception of general disturbance associated with the increase in traffic which would result from the proposed development. And in light of the evidence given by the council's witness, it is not considered that this can be maintained by the council as a reason for refusal. In respect of reason for refusal 3, the council and the appellant have continued to discuss accessibility of the new proposed sports pitches, and the appellant has offered to double the contribution it's making to the improvement of public rights of way in the area, including byway RS 87, which runs to the south of the proposed sports ground. The council considers that this will make a welcome contribution to pedestrian and cycle accessibility to the proposed sports ground. Additionally, the evidence of the Rule 6 party confirms that Sports England have reviewed their position in relation to the proposed sports ground and maintain their lack of objection to the proposed location of the sports ground. And in the context of the Tilton balance, any outstanding concerns on the part of the council regarding accessibility and surveillance of the proposed sports ground are not considered to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme. As such, this is not maintained as a reason for refusal. In respect of reason for refusal 4, permission was granted for up to 225 residential dwellings in Cliffe Wood in February 2021. And while sustainability issues had initially been a concern in relation to that application site, those concerns were overcome by an improved public transport offer. In cross-examination, it was accepted by the council's witness that whilst there are some differences in terms of the level of services and facilities available in the two villages, there is no material difference in terms of the sustainability of the two villages. It was also accepted by him that the public transport proposals found to be acceptable in Cliffe Woods were not materially different to those offered by the appellant in this case. And it was further accepted that, as a matter of consistency, the same logic should apply in Cliffe as to Cliffe Woods. In light of the evidence from the council's witness, this cannot be maintained by the council as a reason for refusal. Madam, I should just add, totally understand voices coming from members of the public and the upset that this decision has caused, but as I said at the beginning, it's not been taken lightly, and it's been following careful consideration, and of course those in the audience remain able to raise any concerns that they have, and ultimately it'll be a matter for you to make a decision on the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dufer. I'll just make a short procedural note. We will be hearing from the appellant's witnesses today, both sort of notwithstanding the council's position, both Rule 6 parties still have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses of the appellant, and I will still take into consideration all of the interested parties' letters that came in as part of the original application and as part of the appeal, and what I've heard and the statements provided today. Councillor Fribbins.
Could I again stress, but the procedural-wise, obviously the amendment to Midway's statement of case dropped into my inbox on Friday, and I've had not much time to actually fully get a response in, but it clearly made a major difference to the case for the Rule 6 party, Cliffe Woods Parish Council, because we were very reliant on the original statement of case by Medway Council and in support of their reasons for refusal. We still maintain that position as far as the reasons for refusal, although obviously the Medway's case has changed, but there are issues which we present in our modified the modification to our statement of case to reflect the fact that obviously we're now not reliant on Medway's statement of case. So there are issues raised, I think, against all the points that were raised before, and Mr. Defer has referred to just now. Obviously, we won't go into those details now. It's not a debating option. We will cover that, obviously, in our closing statements, but obviously there are issues that have come up in the change of Medway Council's position that we would want to reflect. We've reflected in our amendment to the statement of case, and we'll again reflect in our closing statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fribbins. Are there any other procedural points following that? No.
No, Madam.
Thank you. Right, well, we'll move on to interested parties then, and I've got Mr. Hyde who would like to speak.
Okay. Madam, thank you for allowing me to make a statement to this planning inquiry. My name is Bernard Hyde. I am a Medway resident with family living in Cliffe. Medway has a beautiful natural setting. The geography of Medway, with its hills, river estuary, and countryside, is a natural setting that other councils could only dream of. I have seen many natural harbours as a navigation officer cadet in the Merchant Navy and subsequently in my travels, and Medway would rank among the best. Medway is densely populated. For strategic reasons, this area has been used to help defend our country, and large areas of it are covered by row upon row of Victorian terrace houses built to service our Royal Navy and Army. And I've enclosed an aerial photograph to demonstrate this. Medway, in consequence, is much more densely populated than its neighbouring local authorities. Medway Unitary Authority has 1,446 people per square kilometre. Maidstone Borough Council has 440 people per square kilometre. Swale Borough Council has 410 people per square kilometre. And Gravesham Borough Council has 1,079 people per square kilometre. Medway, consequently, has 3.2 times the density of Maidstone, 3.5 times of Swale, and 1.34 times that of Gravesham. Cliffe Village has a riparian rural setting. Cliffe Village, sitting beside the River Thames, is far less changed than much of the rest of Medway, but evidently now under increasing pressure for housing development. Medway housing need. 49 years ago, I qualified as an architect, and 42 years ago as a town planner. And I am interested in what is and what might have been. I currently act as planning advisor to the Medway Green Party, and I'm on the Executive Committee of the Royal Institute of British Architects, West Kent branch. Due to its historic overdevelopment, natural justice would suggest that Medway's housing targets would be based on a local housing needs assessment, and that this authority would be relieved from any other external housing shortage pressures. The Medway Local Housing Needs Assessment 2021 states that Medway needs 55% of its housing need to be affordable houses, of which just over half should be rented accommodation. Cliffe Village housing need. Cliffe Village will be treated on the same basis and only expected to accommodate the natural growth in its population. The Trentport proposal represents a substantial increase in the population and would not therefore be supportable or justifiable. Cliffe Village sits beside the Thames floodplain. Cliffe Village sits beside the River Thames and is on the River Thames floodplain. And I've enclosed a map to show the flooding around Cliffe in the foreseeable future. At the moment, flooding is most likely from tidal surges. Those of us who can remember the 1953 flood in this area of North Kent will know how devastating that can be. As time goes on, climate change and consequent sea level rises will play a bigger part, both reducing the available land area and in helping to deepen areas of low air pressure and in consequence increasing the potential strength of the tidal surges. Cliffe Village is adjacent to internationally protected nature reserves. Cliffe Village is adjacent to special protection areas and Ramsar sites for nature, which some migratory bird species rely on for breeding and feeding grounds. And I've attached a map of these areas. Sea level rise due to climate change will impact on these internationally protected breeding grounds and feeding areas and concentrate the bird population closer to Cliffe Village. Residential area conflict with SPA and Ramsar sites. The residents of Cliffe will no doubt be aware of the fragile nature of the nature reserve, but 26% of households in the United Kingdom own at least one cat. The planned substantial increase in the number of households will inevitably put the bird populations at greater risk, potentially with far-reaching international consequences. By its nature, the proposed relocation of the sports facilities will be in conflict with the adjacent special protection area, creating noise and disturbance by sports players and spectators, casual users and sightseers. Financial contributions to the Medway Birdwise scheme will, in this instance, be of no consequence due to the site's proximity to the protected areas. The local Royal Society for the Protection of Birds representative has advised me that as a charity, they do not have the resources to be as proactive as they would like. As an RSPB member, I am opposed to this development and support Medway Council in the refusal of the planning application. Reform of the National Planning Policy Framework. The RIBA West Kent branch is carrying out a study on the impact of the forthcoming Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Part of this study is the role that architects can play in helping to facilitate neighbourhood plans, which under the new Act will have the same status as the local plan. Another part of the study is the impact on planning inquiries and how they will be conducted, with a focus on their being hosted locally. Government guidance on hosting planning inquiries. As a Medway ratepayer, I would like to apologise for the facilities made available to this inquiry and feel confident that facilities available in Cliffe Village would have provided more suitable accommodation. Local participation in the planning inquiry process will be given more importance under the new Act as local communities take on more responsibility for addressing housing need and other issues delegated to them by government. Improved energy efficiency standards for new buildings. A recent change in government on Medway Council will mean that the local authority will impose building regulation standards for energy efficiency equivalent to Code 6 of the Code for Sustainable Homes that was scrapped by the Conservative government in 2015. If this goes ahead, as promised, all new housing in Medway will be required to be net zero carbon, with consequent impacts on building orientation and layout. Thank you. I have just made a note as well, Madam. Ramsar sites are wetlands of international importance that have been designated under the criteria of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands for containing representative, rare, or unique wetland types, or for their importance in conserving biological diversity. The Ramsar Site Convention 1971 provides the only international mechanism for protecting sites of global importance and is thus of key conservation significance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. That was very useful. Okay. So are we happy to continue without a break with your evidence, because we've only just started? So, Mr. Strawn, I invite you to call your first witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Mr. Hampshire to sit in to your left, if that's okay. Madam, just while he's taking his seat, you should have a copy of his proof of evidence. There's a set of appendices, figures and appendices, and you may also need the parameter plans. And there are also some detailed plans of access arrangements as well. Thank you. You may need to bring the microphone close to your face because people at the back need to hear what you're saying.
Is that okay? Can everyone hear that?
See how we get on. So your name is Philip Hampshire.
That's correct.
You're a chartered member of the Institute of Logistics and Transport.
Yes.
And you're a member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation.
Correct.
You've got a master's degree in transportation planning and engineering, and you're a partner of iTransport LLP, a specialist transport planning consultancy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And before joining iTransport LLP, you were a technical director of SKM Colin Buchanan between the years 2008 and 2012. And prior to that, you were employed as a director for Faber Mortensell.
That's correct.
And you've got over 25 years of experience in the field of transport planning and engineering.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And what I was going to propose to do is to start by taking Mr. Hamshaw to his summary and conclusions, section 7. And I'm not going to invite him to read out every word unless you want me to, because you'll be familiar with what the development comprises now. But Mr. Hamshaw, in 7.1.1, you've identified the main ingredients of the proposed development itself. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
And can I ask you to pick up, having identified the development, can you pick up the thread at paragraph 7.2, please?
Certainly. There is no technical reason for refusal provided by Medway Council on highways or transport grounds. Indeed, is it important to note that having carefully considered the application, no objection was made to it by either Medway Council in their role as local highway authority or National Highways as strategic highway authority.
At 7.2.1, you then refer to reason for refusal 2, 3 and 4. That, Madam, now requires amendment in light of the withdrawal of those. So I'm not going to invite Mr. Hamshaw to read out that paragraph. But you've heard, Mr. Hamshaw, the Council's now withdrawn all its reasons for refusal, including 2, 3 and 4.
Yes, I understand that.
However, looking at what you cover in light of what was then the reasons for refusal and other Rule 6 party issues, can I ask you to pick up the thread at 7.2.2, please?
Yes. Accordingly, I provide evidence on the following topics in my capacity as a professional expert on highways and transport matters. Namely, the traffic impacts of the proposed development, which have been fully assessed in the materials that accompanied the planning application. The relocation of the sports pitch, which has been proposed in a location which is accessible to its catchment safely by active travel modes. Sustainable transport, again, which has been fully assessed in the materials that accompanied the planning application. And finally, responses to matters raised by Rule 6 parties.
And just pausing there, although we haven't spent a lot of time, Mr. Hamshaw, as yet, going through the background supporting material, could you just confirm that there is a transport assessment document which forms part of the environmental statement that's been prepared in support of what was the application and is now an appeal?
Yes, there is a transport assessment that was submitted.
And, Madam, you've got a full copy of that in the core documentation along with the environmental statement. Thank you. Mr. Hamshaw, pick 7.2.3, please.
There would be 4 new accesses with the existing highway network, which would be from the following locations. 2 priority junctions located on the eastern and western side of Church Street, providing access to the eastern and western residential parcels. A priority junction on the northern side of Calling Road, providing a secondary point of access to the eastern residential parcel. And finally, a priority junction on Butler Lane for access to the replacement sports pitches.
And just pausing there, Mr. Hamshaw, just I know, Madam, you've been on site now and had those, I think, pointed out to you at the locations of them. But there are drawings, Mr. Hamshaw, aren't there, for approval which relate to those accesses?
Yes, all of those access have separate drawings for approval, yes.
And because it appears there might have been some difference of view from some concern, can you just please explain the nature of those accesses, whether they're vehicle and pedestrian or pedestrian?
Each of them is vehicle and pedestrian and cyclists and other road users.
Madam, we can turn up the plans if it would assist. You've got them in a number of places, actually, so it depends where you're looking, but they're the ones identified in the condition statement of common ground for approval. Mr. Hamshaw, do you want to turn to any of them at the moment?
If it helps, I can do, but I think in the next paragraph we can deal with some of them.
Okay, we'll come back to them if we need to. 7.2.4, please.
As a result of the proposed development, a number of material improvement schemes would be implemented on the surrounding transport network for the community. And I list these here. I think at this point it might be helpful to go to the individual plans, Madam, if that would help. If I go through them in the order they are in my summary. The first one is the Church Street Parking Improvement Scheme, which is core document 25-5-3, drawing number ITB 11092-GA-011J, if you have that to hand.
They shrink.
Yes.
Yes. It's the.
Yes, okay. You'll see from that plan, it has the western site access from Church Street on the western side. You also see as part of that access, there's a realignment of Church Street in that location. There's a pedestrian crossing and build out to enable those pedestrians to cross at that point. And there's the parking area for existing residents is delineated and protected by a build-out refuge on the eastern side of the carriageway. This formalises the existing situation there.
And, Madam, I hope you can see the location of the pedestrian crossings and where the removal of those, I think you would have seen them on site, the traffic calming measure there, the realignment where it takes place, and then the identification of the footways.
Yes, so I think that covers everything, and I think those improvements will improve the flow of traffic along Church Street because they will enable two-way traffic past that existing car parking, which currently is impeded on occasion. They improve road safety by providing safe crossing points for pedestrians. And those improvements have been subject to full road safety audit and are endorsed by Medway Council. Finally, the improvements in terms of parking and pedestrian access and pedestrian improvements, are not a direct consequence of the development, but offer benefit to both existing and future residents. If I can now turn to the next point, which is the Station Road Parking and Footway Improvement Scheme, which is CD1-4-14.
So just pause while we get that up, please.
All of them. Right, thank you. I appreciate that feelings are running high given the council's change. It's not appropriate to call out when the witnesses are being examined. All of the plans are available on the council's website. That should have been notified when you were given the notification letters. So they are all available publicly. They've all been available from the outset, from the application, to be seen. And if I just ask Mr. Hamshaw to move his microphone forward, hopefully that will deal with the issues. So,
Shut the wood. We could. There is a bit of background noise from the road. We could try.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, close the. Yeah. Yes, I appreciate
Apologies.
that. We'll close the windows, and Mr. Hamshaw, if he gets as close to the microphone as possible. Yeah, we'll try and deal with that. See if that makes any difference. Thank you. I appreciate that. All the plans have been online for a significant period of time. They are all before you. The council the council have put all the plans on the website for the appeal. All the documents are available online. It's, the council haven't, I don't know that they've got the potential to put things on screen. Mr. Simons, sorry.
No, go on.
I'm not aware that we have any facilities in order to display things on a screen. As Madam, as you've indicated, all the documents are publicly available.
I'm afraid that's not helpful. We're trying to sort this out. As I said, all the information is online. It has been for some time. All the plans have been available. It's been clear from the outset what's being applied for and which plans are listed. We are in the evidence of the appellant. Both Rule 6 parties will have the opportunity to cross-examine and ask questions on this, but there aren't printouts of the plans. They are available online. I appreciate that there's a lot of feeling about this in light of recent events. Shouting out isn't helpful. It doesn't help me get the information I need. There's a procedure in place. I'm hearing from the appellant's witnesses now. The Rule 6 parties will get an opportunity to cross-examine. That's their role within this, and to help me get the information I need. Shouting out doesn't help me get the information I need. So I'd appreciate it if that could stop. If you can't hear, that's fine. Please put your hands up and let us know we can't hear. I've explained where the plans are. I'm unable to do anything further about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. And Mr. Hamshaw, please keep your voice up. And we'll give references to these plans which have been part of the application and the appeal scheme, so that those who've got online access, if they can access them online. But you can continue to explain them, please, Mr. Hamshaw. You've dealt with the plan that deals with the Church Street parking
Yes, I have.
improvement and crossings, and you were turning to the Station Road parking and footway improvement scheme, and you had just given us a reference to, I think, drawing 14. I've abbreviated the
it's
full
core document 1-4-14.
Sorry, core document 1-4-14. Have you got a drawing number as well, just for those?
Yes, the drawing number is ITB 11092-GA-018A.
Thank you. And Madam, I don't know if you've got that yet. Yep, thank you. Yes, Mr. Hamshaw, please can you just explain what's on that drawing for those who can't see it?
Yes. The drawing shows the area to the south of Cooling Road, Higham Road on the B2000 Station Road. Shows a realignment of that road in front of existing properties. It shows a new provision of a footway linking to Church Street on the western side of the carriageway. Shows a formal dedicating parking provision for those existing residents who currently park on street along that section of Station Road. It shows an improved mini roundabout junction between Church Street, Station Road, Cooling Road and Higham Road. This shows improved pedestrian crossing locations on Station Road, improved footway connections to Church Street, and a raised table where the carriageway is at the same level as the adjoining footway through the roundabout, which will facilitate slower vehicle movements as you enter the village.
Thank you, Mr. Hamshaw. And just to be clear, these improvements are described elsewhere in the supporting documentation, I believe, as well as in some of the committee report references.
They're in the transport assessment and obviously in the committee reports and in my evidence as well.
Thank you. Right. So, again, can you just comment? I think you made a comment about the Church Street improvements in terms of their availability, regardless of whether they're a product of the development. Can I just get you to comment on the Station Road improvements you're identifying in terms of their benefits, so far as you're concerned?
Yes. The benefits are to the free flow of traffic alongside Station Road. by removing and formalising the existing parking arrangements to enable two-way traffic flow at that point. They will improve pedestrian connectivity for those existing residents up through to Church Street and to the centre of Cliffe. And they'll improve safety for existing residents, enable them to park safely alongside a new footway and access their properties. These improvements have been subject to a road safety audit and are endorsed by Medway Council. The improvements offer a benefit to existing residents and are not directly a consequence of the development.
Thank you. Can we move to the other end of the scheme? Third bullet point in your proof, the Butway Lane passing point.
Yes, and Madam, the reference to drawing number is, well, the core document reference is 2-5-4, and the drawing number is ITB 11092-GA-12E.
And Madam, I wasn't on the site visit, but it may be, I understand that maybe that wasn't specifically pointed out on the site visit, the location of the passing point, but perhaps you can explain, Mr. Hamshaw, where it is on the plan and how it operates and what your views are of it.
Yes, the plan, if you have it, Madam, shows the access to the sports ground on the western side of the plan, and between that and existing properties, there are new passing bay to the east of the proposed sports ground access. You'll also see from the plan new street lighting at the access and at the passing bay. This will provide for improved movement along Butway Lane for both existing and future users. Again, it's been subject to a full road safety audit, which has been endorsed by Medway Council. It'll offer an improvement to all users.
I think elsewhere you've explained, Mr. Hamshaw, that the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit within Cliffe will apply to that entrance.
Yes, the existing speed limit currently terminates just to the east of the existing of the proposed access, and that will be extended along with the street lighting, as I noted.
Thank you. This isn't necessarily in compass order, I'm afraid, but just going for the order of the bullets, we're back down to Cooling Road parking improvement scheme. And Madam, I think you went down Cooling Road. So could you please do a similar exercise, Mr. Hamshaw, for Cooling Road?
Yes, the reference to the appropriate drawing number is core document 1-4-16. And the drawing number is ITB 11092-GA-022. And this shows both the Cooling Road improvements to footways and to parking. You'll see from the drawing, the site access includes footways on the northern side of Cooling Road, continuing to the west as far as the existing properties. Proposed footway also would continue east of the site access, connecting with byway RS84. At that point, there would also be a gateway feature on Cooling Road where the current 30-mile-an-hour speed limit commences. In addition to the footway improvements, there are parking improvements at the eastern end, close to byway RS84, which formalise the current informal arrangements on the verge. In addition, at the western end, there will be parking proposed in a dedicated lay-by for existing residents who currently have to park on street.
Those are the 6 spaces on the left of the drawing versus the 8 spaces on the right of the drawing.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So I think you've dealt with both bullet points there, the Cooling Road parking improvement and the footway provision that you've explained to the inspected?
Yes, I have. They're all in the same plan. It's easier to do it with one plan. There are separate plans, both within within the committee report and obviously within the original transport assessment.
Thank you. And then can you deal with the next bullet point, specific reference to RS 84 byway improvements? RS 84, the byway that runs north-south on the eastern side of the village.
That's correct.
Can you explain those, please?
Yes, I'll explain them. I'm not going to reference a plan, madam. But essentially, that's an existing byway that routes from Cliffe south towards Cliffe Woods and provides a dedicated connection for those users. The improvements will be to enhance the surfacing, which is uneven in places, and to enhance the signage and road markings on Cooling Road, highlight where those crossings are and enable safe crossing, and further south to clear overgrown vegetation to ensure there's a full effective width of the existing byway. Those improvements will enable safe and suitable access and routing for both pedestrians and cyclists. And those improvements are endorsed by Medway Council too.
Thank you. And then the last bullet point is the safety improvement scheme to the B2000 between Cliffe and the A289, and a number of measures identified in relation to that proposal. Could you just briefly summarise them as explained elsewhere in the evidence?
Yes, I won't refer to a plan, but for your information, madam, there are two drawings within the transport assessment, which is core document 2-2. Those improvements to the B2000 between Cliffe and the A289 will comprise a number of measures for new and improved signage along various locations along the route, new and improved road markings at various locations along the route, a new anti-skid surfacing at various key junctions along the route, improved and enhanced maintenance of the existing vegetation where it obstructs visibility, and overall will provide an updated and consistent approach to road messaging along the entire route between the A289 and Cliffe. The improvements are endorsed by Medway Council and provided for by a planning condition, and the improvements are not a direct consequence of the development.
And finally, can I just ask you to comment before we leave 7.2.4 on RS 87, the byway that runs west-east through the village, just to the south of the proposed new sports ground, and the reference has been made to that, both in the application documents and elsewhere. But just from your perspective, Mr. Hamshaw, part of the contribution that's being proposed is to improve that byway for use.
That's correct,
Can I just get you to explain why your views on that?
The contribution will be used to improve the route of RS 87. Those improvements will include, obviously, clearance of vegetation which currently obstructs the byway, improved surfacing between Church Street and the sports ground location, and improved signage along that route as well, and could ultimately provide for appropriate connections to the sports ground, subject to, obviously, reserved matters applications.
And can you just assist the inspector, please, on the question of maintenance and keeping open of byways in principle, Mr. Hamshaw, as to who's responsible for that and the legal requirements of byways?
Yes, I mean, byways essentially are a public highway, and therefore to obstruct them is an offence under the Highways Act. And those routes should be maintained and kept clear of obstruction. That ultimately falls to the landowner or Medway Council to enforce that. It clearly doesn't seem to be the case in this situation that has occurred. As I think you may have noted on site, Madam.
And just from your perspective, Mr. Hamshaw, as a transport planner, can you just comment on whether bringing that byway back into use is a good, bad or neutral development?
Bringing it back into use and clearing of obstruction and improving it as we've proposed would be a benefit to both existing and future users of the byway.
Thank you. Can we turn to 7.2.5, please, where you consider other improvements to transport and infrastructure? And please just outline those. The first of which is modifications to the B2000 A289 off-slip junction.
Yes. Those improvements are set out in the transport assessment, Madam. And essentially they're at the junction between the A289 off-slip roads and the B2000. They're improvements to visibility and curbing to enable improved traffic flow through the junction and also improve road safety at the junction where currently visibility is restricted.
And there's also, I want to come back to extended and additional bus service in a moment, so I'll just park that if I may, Mr.
Yes.
Hamshaw. But the third bullet point, whilst we're on other improvements, contribution to A289 infrastructure improvements. Again, can you just briefly explain what that is and how it's come about?
Yes. The A289 infrastructure improvements is a package of measures that Medway Council are advancing, which covers the A289 corridor down towards the Four Elms roundabout and beyond. The traffic modelling that was undertaken by myself and Medway Council showed a small increase in delay at the Four Elms roundabout. And as a result of that, Medway Council proposed a contribution to those major scale improvements, and that is captured in the Section 106 proposal.
So, Mr. Hamshaw, the major scale improvements that Medway are proposing to address the roundabout and the contributions being sought by reference to the contribution that you've modelled arising from this scheme, if I've understood it correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Could you then please turn to, as I said, we'll come back to the buses in a moment, public transport improvements. Could you just then pick up at 7.2.6?
The access arrangements, assessment of the transport impacts, and associated mitigation and benefits arising from the development have been discussed and agreed with Medway Council in their role as local highway authority. There are no adverse impacts on highway safety in relation to the development proposals, with benefits arising from the delivery of improvements, as I've just described. As to the road network, paragraph 111 of the MPPF sets a very high bar for preventing development from coming forward for transport reasons. It is only where there will be severe impacts, i.e. very significant consequences, that development should be refused on transport grounds. In fact, in this case, there are no material adverse residual cumulative impacts on the road network from the development proposals, let alone any which could be classified as severe.
And just pausing there, can I just ask you, Mr. Hampshire, to pick up on a few points that have been raised during the course of the inquiry? The first is you're identifying no adverse impacts on highway safety. In fact, you were referring earlier to improvements to highway safety in and around Cliffe. Can I just ask you to assist the inspector? What's your view as to, if this scheme were to go ahead with those improvements, as to whether the position for highway safety for existing and future residents is better or worse?
With the improvements, the situation would be better for highway safety.
And as part of that, you've identified the various measures that are being proposed. There were a number of comments made about use of pedestrians making use of existing roads within Cliffe. Do you recall that? Including, for example, coming down the new pedestrian cyclist route onto Higham Road.
Yes.
And use of Butway Lane.
Yes.
You recall some residents have said that that would be unsafe if people were to use more pedestrians, cyclists, etc., were to use those connections. Do you recall those points being made?
I do, yes.
Can I ask you to assist the inspector as to A, whether that's the position of Medway Council in its capacity as highway authority, and more importantly, what your own view is?
No, I understand Medway Council's position is they don't follow that. They don't agree with those comments. My own position is similar. The connection onto Higham Road is onto an existing road which operates as what is known as a shared surface. So all users use the same carriageway. There's no dedicated provision for between the various users. That means cyclists, pedestrians, vehicles all use the same carriageway. They currently do that safely. And the connection onto Higham Road for the proposed development will continue to operate safely. Higham Road itself has street lighting. It's subject to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it has a limited width with on-street parking, which necessitates low vehicle speeds. All users currently share the carriageway safely. A shared surface is a well-established type of road design which was first identified within Manual for Streets back in 2007 and has been implemented in many locations since. The same principles and the same approach applies to other roads within Cliffe, notably Butway Lane, which also functions safely as a shared surface.
Thank you. And then back to the evidence, please. 7.2.8.
The development is consistent with 3 of the 4 infrastructure objectives of the Cliffe and Cliffwoods Neighbourhood Plan, namely the safety of roads, notably the B2000, Church Street and Cooling Road will be improved. Improved connections and improvements to those connections will be provided to both footpaths and byways. And there will be enhancements to existing bus service provided by the development.
Thank you. And we're going to look at the bus services in a moment. Can I just draw your attention to the parameters movement plan, Mr. Hampshire, in terms of those improved connections to footpaths and byways. And could you just very briefly outline why you say that is, and bring in there the new pedestrian and cycleway that's being created on the west side of Cliffe, and just to explain how it operates.
Sorry, I was just looking for the plan.
Yeah, sorry. It's the parameters plan.
Yes, I have it now.
Movement. You got it, have you? Did you want me to repeat the?
Can you? Oh, yes. Could you just
Yeah,
repeat what you said?
In your evidence, you were identifying improved connections, improvements to footpaths and byways. We dealt with safety of roads and those improvements, but you were talking about improved connection, improvements to footways and byways within the Cliff. So I just wanted you to briefly outline how that manifests itself in terms of what's being proposed.
Improvements to footways and byways obviously is focused on the byway RS 84, which connects between Cliffe and Cliffwoods, as I've already stated. In addition, as I've already stated, improvements to byway RS 87, which runs east-west along the southern edge of the proposed sports ground. Further to that, there is a proposal on the western side of the proposed development for a new pedestrian cycleway connection between Higham Road and the proposed development, which would connect to both the residential areas, the open space, and the sports ground. This isn't covered in detail, but it will be provided for at the reserve matter stage in terms of the detail of that route.
And that's shown on the, I think, it depends what colour you call it. I was going to say pink colour, but...
yes, it's shown on the parameters plan, pink, mauve. You can see it on the western side of the development proposal, a dashed dotted line between Higham Road, running up along the western side of the western parcel, continuing along past the existing recreation ground and connecting to the sports ground and ultimately up onto Buttway Lane, providing connections for both pedestrians and cyclists that currently don't exist.
And I think you've identified in your evidence, but just to explain what width, for example, that would be in relation to providing pedestrian and cyclist access.
For pedestrian and cyclist access, that would be 3 metres wide.
And could I then just get you, please, to pick up the back from your evidence, please, the 7.2.10, where you turn to it matters of congestion and assessment of that.
The B2000 is expected to operate well within its theoretical limp capacity. Thus, there would not be any capacity issues arising along the B2000 corridor as a consequence of the proposed development. In other words, the B2000 corridor is not expected to experience any unacceptable levels of congestion. Accordingly, there will be no loss of amenity through Cliffe or Cliffwoods arising from traffic changes, insofar as it relates to the effects which are listed in Table 11.17 of the Environmental Statement. In particular, any changes in driver delay are not materially perceptible and are rightly categorised as negligible and do not indicate that there would be any measurable level of congestion. And just for information, those same assessments of traffic were the ones which were used in the environmental statement to assess both air quality and noise.
And although we probably don't need to turn it up, Mr. Hamshaw, there is an account of the different modelling assumptions that were tested at the request of, I think, the local highway authority, depending upon what trip generation you assume.
Yes.
And various assumptions were tested for robustness purposes.
Yes.
Be it these concepts will be familiar, I'm sure, to the Inspector, but whether you use the TRICS database or local assessment data, or the other model, the AMISM model.
The AIMSM model.
Yes.
Yes, we tested a range of scenarios in terms of traffic generation. There was traffic generation calculated using data from Cliffe itself. There's traffic generation using what's known as the TRICS database, which is a database of other development sites around the southeast. And we also used the AIMSM model, which has a higher traffic generation estimate, and therefore a more robust estimate of likely traffic generation. And all those modelling scenarios were accounted for and have been robustly assessed. And as I noted earlier, the only mitigation is the contribution to the A289 corridor scheme of Medway Council.
Mr. Hampshire, just a couple of miscellaneous points. I think the Parish Council and others have expressed concern that this may not take account of car ownership in this location or propensity to use the car. Can you just get you to respond as to whether your modelling assumptions do take account of local characteristics of that kind?
Yes, they do. The assessments were based on actual data observed in Cliffe itself, so obviously takes account of existing car ownership in Cliffe, and the TRICS database and the AIMSM model also take account of the likely traffic generation based on existing car ownership statistics.
In light of that, Mr. Hampshire, can you just help the Inspector as to how confident you are in your assessments?
In my assessments, I'm very confident they've very robustly assessed using more than one assessment modelling, both our own detailed assessment modelling and the Medway Council's own AIMSM modelling, which is their own model independently run. So I think I can be very confident in those assessments that they have been robustly assessed.
Thank you. I think we got to 7.2.12.
Yes. As I've already described, the appeal scheme would in fact deliver a number of improvement schemes, which would have a positive effect on safety and upon traffic flow to the benefit of residents' amenities. The access arrangements for the relocated sports pitches.
Sorry, just to be clear, we don't need to go over those again, but those are the things that you have pointed out to the Inspector in terms of car parking improvements on the roads that are being used currently, the roundabout layout, etc.
That's correct, yes.
And of course the B2000 package that you referred to earlier.
Yes.
Thank you. 7.2.13, please.
The access arrangements for the relocated sports pitches provide for 3 pedestrian and cycle connections and a single vehicle connection. The 2 dedicated pedestrian and cycle connections themselves provide safe and suitable access to the relocated sports pitches. In addition, the Buttway Lane access will also provide safe and suitable access for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as vehicles. The Buttway Lane access is designed to modern standards and has been subject to an independent road safety audit. The walking catchment of the proposed relocated sports pitches compares favourably to the existing sports pitch location, and in fact would provide an improvement to the accessibility for existing and future residents of Cliffe. Further, the relocated sports pitches will benefit existing residents by improving the car parking arrangements with dedicated off-street provision, whereas currently none exists around the existing sports pitch.
So perhaps we could just refer to your figure in your appendices there to assist what you're identifying. Madam, you should have a set of 3 figures. And Mr. Hamshaw, what you've done is identify, just to be clear, a 10-minute walk time.
Yes, a 10-minute walk time
Isochrone,
from...
I think it would be known as, but...
Yes, it's a 10-minute walk time via existing routes to both the, at figure 1 to the proposed sports pitch location. And you can see the shaded area, shaded in a slightly yellowy orange colour, covers the vast majority of Cliffe, assuming the access is via RS87. If you turn to figure 2, the same exercise has been done to the proposed sports pitch location, but this time assuming access via Buttway Lane. And if you compare the two, it's a slightly smaller area, would be within the same walking catchment, particularly in the northeast of Cliffe.
And just pausing there, if you move just to be clear, if you move that red dot in either drawing to the left-hand side of the new sports pitch along RS87, does that make any material difference, Mr. Hamshaw?
In respect of figure 1, no, it would make no material difference to that plan.
Can you just help the inspector with the distance along that different?
I haven't measured it only on mapping, but it's about 170 metres, the distance along the southern edge of the sports pitch between the location where I've shown the red dot in figure 1 to the bottom left-hand corner of the same sports pitch.
I hope so. I'm just there to that corner. It's about 170 metres.
Correct.
Yeah. I only say that because there was some discussion as to precisely where the a future connection might be along that boundary, and that's why I've asked the question. Thank you. Mr. Hamshaw, yes, and then you compared those 10-minute walk times with the ones that currently exist for the existing sports pitches and the residents of Cliffe, as in figure 3.
Yes, I show in figure 3 the same exercise, but to the existing sports pitch location. And if you compare that to figures 1 and 2, you'll see there's a notable difference, particularly in the northern area of Cliffe, which currently lies outside of that 10-minute walk catchment for the existing sports pitches.
But then the southern area comes into the equation, so...
Yes, the southern area, a bit more of the southern area, but if you look back and compare with figure 1 or 2, a large part of the southern area is still included. It's only the very periphery of the southern area on Station Road, which would lie outside of the 10-minute walking catchment of the proposed sports pitch.
Yeah, so figure 1 would be looking at the southern area accessing at that point. You haven't shown it if they access on the left-hand point at the same point, no material difference.
No material difference, no.
They walk up, yeah, fine. And that then, I think, helps with the figures, unless there's anything further on that. And could we go back to policy T3 at 7.2.15?
Yes. Policy T3 requires the provision of attractive and safe pedestrian access to developments, and that they should maintain or improve pedestrian routes related to the site. Policy T4 requires development proposals to make provision for cycle facilities related to developments, which can include new or enhanced cycle routes that relate to cyclists' preferred routes. The site accesses on Church Street and Calling Road all include appropriate footway provision to enable safe and suitable pedestrian access. Each access would be suitable for safe use by cyclists with appropriate street lighting, good visibility and low vehicle speeds. In addition to the pedestrian and cycle provision at the site access junctions, there are a number of pedestrian and cycle improvements which will provide connections between the proposed development and existing services and facilities. Accordingly, the proposals fully align with policy T3 and T4 of the local plan.
You go on then to consider those conclusions against the reasons for refusal. Those have been withdrawn so far as the council's concerned. And so instead, Mr. Hampshire, I just want to ask you a few supplementary questions in relation to what the parish council and Rule 6 parties have been saying and other residents. First of all, can I just get you to assist on the public, well, I'm going to talk about sustainability and just look at the 4 elements of that. Can you just assist with the question of sustainable transport modes? We can turn up the MPPF definition if it helps, but I went to it with Mr. Churchill and he agreed. Can you just help on Mr. Hampshire on the approach he adopted, which was to say any private car use is unsustainable, and just help the inspector whether that's correct?
No, that's not correct. The definition of sustainable transport in MPPF includes travel by car, by low emission car or zero emission car. That is considered a sustainable mode of transport.
And in that respect, can you just help the inspector with what both the new housing would provide and also what's provided or proposed in terms of existing residents?
All new housing will come with dedicated charging points. So all new homes at the proposed development would have dedicated charging points for electric vehicles. In addition, there would be new points for use by all residents at both the sports ground and the community hub.
And just therefore, standing back, Mr. Hampshire, can I ask you to comment on whether, in MPPF terms, you consider the scheme is offering an opportunity for sustainable transport modes so far as electric vehicles are concerned?
Yes, absolutely. Providing those improvements, those measures with the development, that will provide a genuine opportunity for use of a sustainable transport mode, both for the future residents and existing residents.
Thank you. Another sustainable transport mode is public transport, and that was the subject of discussion with Mr. Churchill and whether or not he had understood what was on offer. You recall those questions. We established that he hadn't dealt with, in his evidence, the measures that are on offer. Can you just briefly summarise what they are set out in your proof? So I don't need, unless you want me, Madam, to go through them again, but they include not just the enhancement to the existing bus service, but also the new shuttle bus service that will run from Cliffe to Strood Station via Cliffe Woods.
Yes, there's 2 elements to the public transport improvements which are set out in my evidence, but to summarise, there's a new dedicated shuttle service between the development via Cliffe Woods to Strood and Strood Station. This would be half hourly during the morning periods, half hourly during the evening periods. It would be operated by new buses which are accessible for all. It would be timetabled to meet existing train services at Strood and would provide a connection to Strood Station in less than 20 minutes. This could then connect to existing train services, providing the opportunity with a circa 30-minute journey time on the train to London to access, obviously, what is a very large employment area and a good attraction for a vast number of people. It also would offer connections to other destinations, for example, at Ebbsfleet, as well as local destinations at Strood, Chatham and Rochester.
Sorry, Mr. Hampton.
I was going to just go on to the other aspect of public transport.
Yeah, well, just before you do, I don't know whether the inspectors had a chance to see or even travel on HS1, but just to be clear, what you're identifying there, the HS1 service, high-speed 1 service into London from Strood, I think takes about 30 minutes, 33 minutes or somewhere around that.
Yes, they're approximately that.
And stops, you were just identifying stops at Stratford International before then.
And at Ebbsfleet as well.
And at Ebbsfleet. And you're, just on that, before you move away, we turned up the inquiry document with Mr. Churchill, CD 9-8, which was the council's decision on Cliffe Woods housing proposal referred to as the Gladman scheme.
Yes.
The only reason I just mentioned that is that provides the proposed Arriva timetable for the shuttle bus service, which has that 6 services in the morning and 6 services in the evening, meeting train times. Is that right, Mr. Hamshaw?
That's correct, yes.
And explains the nature in more detail of the bus offer which you've described in your evidence. And the conclusion was, in that report, amongst other things, that service connecting to Cliffe Woods, now Cliffe if this scheme went ahead, would be a significant attraction for future residents of the site and allow passengers to connect to other Arriva services to destinations such as Chatham, Rochester, Gravesend and Blue Water. Mr. Churchill agreed that same logic applied to Cliffe Wood residents and residents of this site. Can I just get you to comment whether you agree, Mr. Hamshaw, and whether it's limited to the new residents of the proposal or whether it's also available to existing residents of Cliffe?
No, I totally agree with the logic. The same facilities, the same service would be provided and therefore would offer the same benefits to residents of Cliffe. And that would be both existing residents as well as future residents.
I said CD 9.8, it's CD 9.8A. Sorry, apologies for that, that's my... thank you. I think 5.3.6 of your evidence, just to be clear, you've referred to, sorry, in the main proof, Madam, but Mr. Hampshire, you've referred to it as 6 new peak period shuttle services. And the timetable, I think, is 6 new peak AM and then 6 new peak PM period shuttle services. Maybe it's how you read it, but
yes.
Can we just be clear on what the level of service is?
Yes, it's summarised in table 5.1 of my evidence. It's actually at the top of page 30 is the relevant point, and you'll see there it says new shuttle bus service, and the 4th column says additional services. It notes 6 per weekday. It's actually 6 per weekday in the morning and 6 per weekday in the evening. So to be entirely accurate, to avoid any confusion, it should really say 12 per weekday.
You've also dealt with the enhancements to the service of the 133 service, so that's the additional existing service that's extended in frequency under the proposal?
It's extended into the evening periods so that it operates. Currently, it stops around about 7 o'clock in the evening or a bit early on occasion. It will be extended up until around about 10 o'clock, 10:30.
And again, Mr. Hampshire, with those public transport improvements, can I just get you to comment, assist the inspector, as to whether you regard this as a sustainable location for the proposed housing in terms of public transport and what you've explained will be on offer?
Yes, in a similar way to Cliffe Woods, the provision of these improved services, both the commuter service and the improvements to the 133 service, would ensure a genuine opportunity for public transport as a sustainable mode of travel, both for existing and future residents.
Thank you. And then pedestrian and cycle links as another sustainable mode of transport. You've explained, I won't ask you to go again over the pedestrian cycle improvements, but just again responding to various comments. First of all, in relation to cycling and the ability to cycle in and around Cliffe to destinations, can you just comment first of all on whether you regard that as a realistic mode of travel in this area and your own experience of what you've seen there and what's being proposed?
Yes, I mean, the improvements in and around Cliffe and the proposed development, as well as the existing infrastructure, means walking and cycling to destinations in Cliffe is a genuine opportunity to travel by sustainable travel modes.
And for example, cycling, we heard about cycling beyond, outside Cliffe. There's been reference to cycling to, say, Cliffe Woods, or indeed cycling to Higham train station. I'm not sure whether Higham was on the site visit, probably not, but you've identified a route to Higham, which is another location you can take train services into London, I believe.
Yes, I mean, there is an existing route away from the B2000 to Higham. It is part of the National Cycle Network route and is a route that can be used by cyclists. In addition, the cycling and facilities to Cliffe Woods, as we've previously set out, there is a route away from the B2000 via the byway RS84, which, as I've noted, would be improved as a part of this development proposal. They offer genuine opportunities to cycle to those destinations. There's also the ability to travel by bus to Cliffe Woods as well.
And then there's been quite a lot of talk about cycling or walking down the B2000 by residents in relation to this. Can I just get you to comment, please, Mr. Hampshire, as to the extent to which you're relying upon that as the travel mode?
Yes. It's always acknowledged, and it was acknowledged in the transport assessment. For your reference, Madam, it's paragraph 5.5.3 that walking was unlikely to be an option, particularly along the B2000 to Cliffe Woods. The TA also at paragraph 5.8.3 notes that improvements to RS84 provide a genuine opportunity to cycle, and that would be an alternative to cycling along the B2000. I note that I think it's video 5 of the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods development group evidence on transport includes a cyclist on that byway. So currently showing that it is already used by cyclists. And just to confirm, there's been no suggestion that cycling along the B2000 is an appropriate route, and it has not been relied upon in any assessment I have undertaken. However, it does remain an option for some.
Thank you. And then can I just ask you to deal with some other miscellaneous points that have been raised by the other parties? First of all, there's a concern raised by the residents group about the construction phase of the development, and it's suggested in their written document that the B2000 along Station Road would be, I think it's being suggested, closed for 9 months to allow the realignment works that you were proposing. Yeah, well, if people would wait for the answer, then those questions will be answered. Is that the proposal? I know that's what the residents group have suggested to residents, which is why they may be concerned. Is that, in fact, what is proposed?
No, there's no intention to close Station Road as part of the development in terms of construction of that development, or indeed the construction of the improvements to Station Road itself. All construction traffic will be managed through the Construction Environmental Management Plan, which is a document which will control the timings of vehicle movements, the routings of those vehicles, and the types of vehicles themselves. The Construction Environmental Management Plan will be submitted and approved by Medway Council, who will consult widely on it, and I know concern has been raised in relation to emergency services, and they will be consulted on the Construction Environmental Management Plan to ensure access is not impeded for their vehicles.
And so far as you're aware, Mr. Hampshire, is there anything in the nature of those proposed realignment works, the provision of the extra parking spaces, that would actually require closure of the B2000?
No, it doesn't require closure. It would require management of traffic during that period of construction.
And is it a period of construction of 9 months, which has been suggested by the residents group to residents?
I'm not clear where the 9 months has come from, but I would not expect the improvements to Station Road to take anywhere near that long to construct.
Same point in relation to the accesses into the site, both on the west and the east side, or indeed Coding Road. Do they require closure of the roads in order to construct those accesses?
No, the construction of the accesses from Church Street, either west or east, would not require the closure of Church Street. As an example, the Cliffe Woods development recently constructed their access and used traffic management to maintain flow along the B2000.
The next point is an issue is raised about HGV traffic travelling along Butway Lane, and that's again suggested by the residents group to residents that that's what's proposed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is that correct?
There would be no need for construction traffic to use Butway Lane.
And can you explain why?
The site onto Church Street allows vehicles for construction to access via Church Street and then connect along the western side of the proposed, of the existing recreation ground up to the proposed sports ground. So all construction activity and all construction vehicles would have to proceed no further than the proposed residential site on Church Street on the western side. If it assists, if you've still got the movement parameter plan open. Just one moment while I get mine. You will see the proposed access onto the western side of the residential parcel, and the footway cycleway connection in the longer term would also serve as an appropriate haul road for construction traffic up to the sports ground. It's a slightly mauvey pink colour.
Thank you. And then there is have articulated a concern that where you're proposing signage for the B2000 coming to Cliffe saying unsuitable for HGVs to discourage HGVs generally, that's somehow inconsistent with construction activity to allow the appeal scheme to go ahead. Can you just get you to comment on that, Mr. Hamshaw?
Yes, the measures for the long-term improvements of the B2000 include, just to the north of Rectory Road, a sign which was there originally and is no longer currently there, but replacement of that sign saying the route further north, i.e. into Cliffe, is unsuitable for HGVs other than for access purposes. And that's just to reinforce the routing of the Brett's vehicles and associated construction HGVs. It is not relevant to the construction of the development, and all HGVs, as I've said, associated with the construction of the development would be controlled and managed past that point into the site, into the construction site and into the development site. So it's not appropriate to refer to that.
And Mr. Hamshaw, finally, are you aware of any, from your experience, any reason why this proposal could not be constructed safely and efficiently from the accesses that you've identified?
No, I'm not aware of anything.
Those are all my questions, Madam. So if you wait there, Mr. Hamshaw, there may be some questions for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamshaw and Mr. Strawn. Just doing a time check, it's 11:15. Obviously, both Rule 6 parties will want the opportunity to cross-examine, so I just wonder whether it's worth having a short adjournment now, if you're happy to have a break.
Yes.
And then we resume.
Madam, I'd certainly be grateful for a short adjournment now.
Should we take 15 minutes then, and we'll adjourn till 11:30? So.
It is my error. We actually had statements from residents to be read out today, and I know we've missed that slot. Is it possible for them to be heard today, or maybe virtually tomorrow, or can we submit them to you to be?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine, not a problem. No, I'm happy to hear them. Obviously, as I said earlier, we've heard quite a lot, so there's additional parts. Yes. Yeah, I would. Yeah, we'll continue with Mr. Hamshaw's evidence, and then we'll review where we are for timings for that, and we can fit them in either today or tomorrow morning, hopefully today. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Thank you. No, it's not a problem. Thank you.
Madam, before you adjourn for this brief interval, just to report that I've had feedback from residents outside of here at home who have been trying to follow the documents online, and unfortunately I know it's nothing in your purview to deal with, but they are having problems accessing any documents remotely and following what is being presented. So we had that clear. I know there are issues with Medway's site occasionally with access to documents. I know it's not in your power to resolve. It's a technical issue outside of that, but just so you're aware that people have been trying to follow it.
Yeah, perhaps Mr. Simon can have a look into that and just check that everything's working correctly and the documents can be accessed. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam, we will check that and I'll report back just before we start. I'm checking it now myself.
Okay, thank you very much. So the inquiry is adjourned till 11:30. Thank you very much. 11:30 and time to resume the inquiry. We've got Mr Hamshaw still and the cross-examination from Councillor Fribbins. Councillor Fribbins, did you want to sit somewhere else so that you could sit? Are you okay where you are, or would you, are you both? Yeah, are you both happy with the positioning?
That's fine from my perspective.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much then, Councillor Fribbins.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. An interesting set of proposals and analysis of the transport position, something I've had experience of, again, as a layperson, but for many decades. And I don't think we've got the days available in the timetable to go through all the issues, I think, that get addressed or raised by the advice. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm trying to get it closer. So there are many issues, and I will try and therefore précis some of my concerns with the evidence that's been produced, and obviously question Mr Hampshire about that. The first issue would be really the basis of evidence on which much of the transport assessor's assessment has been made. And I'll just ask Mr Hampshire on the models that have been used for progressing this, do they, as far as you're aware, include the developments that are now partly finished, under development and proposed for the village of Cliffe Woods?
Yes, they include all those developments.
Okay, thank you. On road access, I'll start on road access. Obviously, I think local people's experience of the B2000 is probably at odds with what has been what is shown in the model, but I'm aware that's the technical assessment. The A289 junction in particular does cause a lot of concern with the amount of conflicting vehicle movements across that junction. So a lot of people come out of that junction and turn right into the more urban area. And there's a lot of cross traffic coming from the B2000 as well. And sometimes that's a physical connection between vehicles, to put it politely. That is a lot of issue. A lot of people coming off the 8289 have to turn left and do U-turns in the front of someone's property to try and avoid the traffic. So, I mean, as far as the 8289 assessment is concerned, have you got any more comment about what is proposed there? Because obviously the key one included in the Section 1 agreement was the cutback of vegetation. And although I would welcome that as a local resident, I think it's very short-lasting, and probably within 6 months, and certainly within the scope of the development, it'll probably be grown back again. So, if you could comment on what is being proposed at the A289 junction. And the associated bit of the A289 is obviously because there is only a London-bound exit and a London-bound or from London up to the B2000, there is no alternative provision for people that are heading towards the Medway Tunnel and Who, which does have a considerable amount of development taking place. And vehicles have to travel through the Wainscott area, the Hollywood Lane. And I think many people today would have experienced the long delays of getting onto the Four Elms roundabout. Probably it can often be 20 minutes to get onto that roundabout, because the majority of traffic is coming around the bypass and up the hill. So particularly on relevance to the 889, perhaps Mr Hampshire could explain again the thinkings behind that and the provisions that are being suggested.
Well, just to reiterate what is proposed for the A289 junction, there's two elements to it. You mentioned the vegetation clearance. That is clearly a part of it in terms of road safety. That clearance could be accompanied by suitable fencing to ensure that those hedgerows didn't grow back over existing or proposed visibility splays. The second element is visibility itself and its effect on the capacity. Currently, that visibility and the layout of the exit, so that coming from London, the exit slip road where it meets the B2000 enables limited chance to judge gaps in the traffic. The proposed changes we're proposing will improve that situation by improving the visibility and providing a greater separation between those exiting the 289 wishing to turn left and wishing to turn right. Currently, they almost stand side by side, and that would change to enable a greater separation and greater visibility of passing traffic to enable better judgment of those gaps, thus increasing capacity. That has been modelled and shown to provide an improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Habershaw. Come to the bus provision in your assessments. I understand, and obviously that may have been signed off by Arriva, but the practical, I don't know whether your assessment took into account a route assessment for buses getting from Cliffe and Cliffe Woods to Strood Station. Although generally the traffic on the B2000 would have its issues at times, it can be more free-flowing. As soon as you get to the bottom of the B2000, you're into an urban area, and the road access towards Strood Station is extremely limited, down to single carriageway roads with parking issues and vehicles passing each way. So the constraints on that bus route, it's all right publishing a 20-minute time for the bus, but that can easily be affected. So getting across from the bottom of the B2000 into Strood itself, I don't know whether that's something you've assessed or something you would comment on.
The timetable is something we discussed in broad terms with Arriva. They operate the buses in this area and therefore familiar with ensuring the timetabling allows for any congestion should that occur along those routes.
Yeah, certainly I think the experience of people is that that's very, very different from a regular 20-minute timetable, but again, you have asked Arriva. On the point you was making about shared surface access, I'm aware of that going back many decades as something, a policy that was being encouraged or used as a solution in some circumstances. My understanding of this is that it actually really referred to shared access roads within estates and within cul-de-sacs, not on connecting roads between one village and another that may have a mixture of traffic uses apart from buses and HGVs, obviously maybe a considerable car access. So I don't know whether the shared surface option really is applicable to Buttway Lane and Higham Road in particular, access to the site where there is no pavement and there's no suggestion that pavements will be provided. So could you maybe explain a bit more where you think shared services in those circumstances would be practical?
Sorry, in what circumstances?
Well, you've said, you in your evidence stated that Buttway Lane was suitable access to the sports ground because it was a shared surface, it was not a footway all the way, and also access into the western side of the development along Higham Road. Again, you were suggesting there's no footway there or to be provided, and that shared surface was acceptable.
Yes, I think, as I said in evidence, Higham Road and Buttway Lane function as shared surfaces. That principle has been established for many years and has been effectively introduced in many locations and effectively operates in many locations, including Cliffe. Both Higham Road and Buttway Lane are routes where existing users share the carriageway safely. They're subject to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. There is some on-street parking and necessitates low vehicle speeds, and there's street lighting. All those contribute towards a surfacing and a functioning road that can function safely as a shared surface.
Yeah, Mr. Habershaw, would you therefore agree with me that actually the circumstances change significantly should the development go ahead? At the moment, there is no nearby destination along those roads. There might be some recreational walking, but there are no near destinations, whereas you're providing the development proposes a housing estate and also a sports ground on these roads. So the intensification of pedestrian access along those roads must obviously increase. Would you agree?
Yes, the use of those roads by pedestrians, both Buttway Lane and Higham Road, should increase as a result of the development proposal. It also provides an alternative to existing routes.
Yeah, I think in evidence earlier in the inquiry we were talking about routes from north of Cliffe, middle of Cliffe and south of Cliffe, which I know the inspector would have seen on Friday, so he's aware. But Yeah, and there's a mixture of access, of pedestrian access to these sites. And obviously, I think there was the contention that would be a problem. Can I just say, also on the recreation ground, at the moment, because we are not subject to actually the detail, although some of it may have been covered by the parameter files, but is not necessarily tied down as a condition at the moment, is the amount of car parking that would be provided in the recreation ground. We do have experience where there is some limited parking for recreation ground. Cliffe Woods is a good example if APCM isn't. That's got road space. APCM has road space. Cliffe Woods recreation ground has got limited car parking availability, and when games are being played, the traffic spills onto the road and parks on the road. So again, would you see that as a potential conflict with pedestrian movements and vehicle movements if the vehicles were to overspill onto Buttway Lane?
Well, as you rightly say, the details of the car parking at the proposed sports ground haven't been determined yet. And obviously, as part of a reserve matters application, an assessment of what that parking requirement would be in accordance with parking standards would need to be undertaken to ensure that the parking provided adequately caters for the predicted demand of that car parking.
Thank you. There is a contention that's been raised a number of times by the appellant about comparing Cliffe and Cliffe Woods. Obviously, I think in our closing summary, we were mentioning about the particular difference between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, and the talk about pedestrian access between the two villages. So turning to RS 84, well, technically it's 84A, not just 84. I don't know if you have any idea what the distance is between Cliffe and Cliffe Woods and the time it would take a pedestrian to use that route between the two villages.
The pedestrian is, I think it's probably, from one of the videos, probably about 15 to 17 minutes. The distance is around 2 kilometres, depending on your walking speed and exactly where you start your journey from within each respective village.
Yeah, I think locals would probably say that is flawed, and it's probably more like 40 minutes than 15, 17 minutes. It's just a longer distance. On the provision of RS 84A, you're aware of the nature of 84A from Cooling Road down to Perry Hill, because it starts off as basically a road accessing a small, well, almost hamlet of just about half a dozen houses at Well Pen. It then crosses a field and then joins the footpath under the railway bridge up to Perry Hill. And then from Perry Hill down, again, we're talking about shared footway access, a shared surface rather than any footways at all. Any more comments, Mr. Hampstead, about the RS84 provision and its effectiveness and usability by residents to connect between the two villages?
Well, only insofar as what I've already said. With improvement, it can provide an effective link, both for pedestrians and more suitably for cyclists.
Yeah, although this may not fall strictly under your evidence, but in case it does, as far as the provisions within Cliffe Woods and Cliffe, does the modelling take effect of, take into account the vast difference between those community facilities available in Cliffe and those in Cliffe Woods, particularly the retail, doctors, etc.?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as the modelling, but in terms of the difference between facilities, I've set that out in my evidence, what the difference is, and as I think Mr. Church confirmed, they are marginally different and largely the same.
Well, there may be counter-evidence on that one, Mr. Hampstead. Just checking the rest of the proposal. There is a concern about HGV movements. Unfortunately, we have a history locally of people that don't seem to be able to read it's not suitable for HGV signs, and we have often had residents complaining in Higham Road about HGV movements to the Salt Lane development, which we know from the maps, and the idea that extra construction vehicles and things would go up Station Road. There's a heavy amount of HGV vehicles which approach up Station Road and turn right down Cooling Road and access Child's Farm in Cooling. So are you actually confident that the modelling takes account of that and the impacts of those HGV movements?
Yes, the modelling takes account of all existing movements because they were counted on numerous occasions and separately by Medway as part of their aims on modelling.
Okay, I'll just check that nothing obvious that can be addressed at this stage. Yeah, you talk about the benefits of HS1, but I won't go. That's a detailed discussion for another place probably. Yeah, you'll be aware that the evidence on vehicle ownership that's submitted as part of the neighbourhood plan and probably within other assessments, the vehicle ownership in the area is very high compared with urban areas. Obviously have accessibility to regular and frequent, very frequent and reliable bus services, which certainly even with the extra provision is not the case really for our parish council area. So we have had many developments in the past that have actually developed bus solutions, and then a couple of years down the line when they're not being used, they get withdrawn. We did used to have a bus service that ran into about 10 o'clock at night into Cliffe. So again, are you confident of the robustness of the bus provision and being able to encourage people into that mode of transport?
Yes, the bus provision has been developed with Arriva, and the dedicated shuttle service was developed at their request as a service that would more likely become sustainable in the long term. Additionally, that was based on just the additional residents in Cliffe Woods using it. With new residents at Cliffe also using that service, then it increases the chances of it becoming a sustainable and long-term viable service even more.
Okay, thank you. And finally, on the phasing of development and the ongoing operation of the site, again, local residents will have experience of a similar scheme underway in Cliffe Woods, which was the Gladman/Red Road development, where they are doing something similar to the proposals in Station Road and Cooling Road, where they are skewing the road slightly to allow a footpath to be put in between two of the significant roads in Cliffe Woods. That so far, I think the construction phase is probably approaching 9 months now, and at the moment we are only looking to see that completed at the end of October because of diversion of utilities works. I had a meeting very recently with the Red Rose site. So the idea of what seems simple on a plan, sometimes in operation and practice, doesn't quite work out like that. And in fact, that will involve a closure of the B2000 for 5 days while they divert traffic around the Cliffe Woods estate to enable the utilities works to be complete. That doesn't account for later traffic management where traffic lights will have to be put in place while the pavement itself is constructed. That's only for utility diversion works. So the suggestion that it could take a lot longer is something. So would you accept that there could be significant disruption to access to Cliffe through particularly Station Road, partly Cooling Road, but I think the inspector may have seen there. I think there's a road closure sign that rests at the end of the road to be put up every now and again because that road is regularly closed and was closed last week. But in particular, the possible disruption during the construction of that additional parking provision.
Yes, as I said in evidence, there will be some disruption whilst those improvements to Station Road are constructed. I don't think it's appropriate to compare them directly with those at Cliffe Woods. Those at Cliffe Woods also include an access arrangement to the site as well as other improvements and as well as construction activity continuing on the site at the same time. So I think this is a different circumstance. I did say that there will be some disruption to residents of Station Road whilst they construct those improvements, but that it wouldn't necessitate the closure of the B2000.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, the other development that's taking place in Cliffe Woods, the provision to the site has already been provided, but they can't open it because utility diversion works have not been complete and have taken a long time. So that's why because the access is to be provided. In fact, access was not a particular problem in Cliffe Woods. It's the other Section 278 highways works that have been the delay. Thank you, Mr Hanshaw.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fribbins and Mr Hamshaw. Mr Smith, if you're ready, I'll hand over to you for your cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr Hamshaw, your proof of evidence, paragraph 3.2.7, you assert that the B2000 is operating within its capacity, and you quote a figure of 76%. You stated before that this has been robustly assessed. Could you comment on any other information that has been gathered from this capacity? I think you mentioned that the environmental statement and air quality was compared against this figure.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
I just want to know the relevance of the 76% capacity with regards to the assessment of the environmental statement and your air quality, and if there's any other documentation that has a reliance on that 76% capacity or is calculated from that 76% capacity.
No, the 76% came from the transport assessment, and it was an assessment of the existing traffic flow plus development traffic flow, plus committed development traffics in Cliffe Woods and the surrounding areas, and what that would relate to in terms of the ultimate capacity of the B2000.
Thank you. So if I'd like to dive into that 76% capacity a little bit more, in core document 2.2, 8.2.6, you state that that figure has been arrived at by extrapolation of the one-way link capacity. Could you explain how that was extrapolated, or what method you used to extrapolate that?
Sorry, can you just give me the reference again?
Yeah, sure. It's core document 2.2, and it is 8.2.6.
Yes, I think 8.2.6 shows that the extrapolation is from a one-way link capacity of 820 vehicles per hour, gives you a two-way link capacity of 1,640 vehicles per hour.
Okay. So that you're saying that figure was ascertained from the TA 7999 document, which gives a list of one-way traffic flows within one-way traffic flows on two-way single carriageways for a UAP Type 3 road.
Yes, that's what it says in 8.2.5.
Thank you. So, in your... I do apologise, 2 seconds. Find the reference. Yeah, so sorry. In core document, same core document, in paragraph 8.2.5, you state that the extrapolation was required because the carriageway narrows down to, 8.2.6, apologies. The carriageway narrows down to 5.5 metres wide, and in the documentation that's used to assess the carriageway, the lowest value there is 6.1 metres wide. What would be the reasonable width of which the lowest possible carriageway could be achieved for two-way traffic flow? Apologies.
It depends on the type of traffic and the composition of that traffic, but two-way 5.5 metres wide, where it is more than wide enough for two HGVs to pass.
So what would be the minimum width of two-way traffic flow achievable for the type of traffic that is currently on the B2000?
As I said, it depends on the composition of traffic, but 5.5 is the minimum to enable where you've got HGVs in this instance, two HGVs to pass, so they're the maximum size vehicles that will use this road.
Thank you. Just to go back to your comment about how your data was extrapolated, would it be fair to say that your line of best fit was linear for that?
Yes, it's just a simple extrapolation.
A simple extrapolation. And can you provide any information with regards to the accuracy of that line of fit, please? That is to say, the statistical relevance of that line of fit.
I'm not sure I understand the question, sorry.
So for lines of best fit, generally speaking, you apply an R-squared value, which goes to determine the sort of accuracy and reliability of that line of fit with the data set that you've got. Do you have that information?
There is no data set on which to do that extrapolation, therefore it was just, as it states, a simple linear extrapolation to give an estimate of what the capacity would be.
It's the data set that's set out in TA 7999.
In TA 7999, it simply gives, as you note, various capacities based on various road widths.
Yeah. So you extrapolated from that data linearly, and then from that you then managed to arrive at your figure of 820 vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Having looked at that line of best fit, I think that a polynomial type trend line, if you've ever looked at that, would have yielded a higher result. Are you aware of that?
I'm not, no.
Okay. No, but the extrapolation is listed there. So the extrapolation is listed as 820.
Yeah. Polynomial trend lines are not in evidence. I don't know what is being talked about. And of course, I can be as liberal as I can try with the Rule 6 parties. They are Rule 6 parties. They're required to produce evidence. There's been considerable latitude in that respect. But we're now referring to material which just isn't in front of me. I don't know what a polynomial trend line is. It's not in front of you, madam. It's not in front of the witness. And we're just going into realms of speculation as to whether that has any relevance at all to what has been assessed by Mr. Hamshaw and assessed by the local highway authority. So that this sort of thing, particularly since it's on the face of it, it sounds technical. If it were to be put, would need to be in evidence and properly tested. This is not.
Thank you, Mr. Strawn. Yes, the questioning does need to be restricted to the evidence. I mean, if you're going somewhere with the point that relates to evidence, and then continue, but obviously we need to be considering what we've got in front of us in the written documents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to ascertain the accuracy of the figure that was given from the extrapolation provided by Mr. Hamshaw. I can provide documentation for said trend lines if you wish.
That should have been provided as part of the evidence.
Okay.
You're welcome to question the accuracy based on the models that have been used and what we have got before us.
Yep.
That's relevant.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so going back to your figure of 820 for your extrapolation, you've then gone on to say that effectively doubling that figure would give you a road capacity for the B2000. In TA 7999, where if you use that figure, there is an assumption of a 60-40 bidirectional split of where the busiest direction flow is listed. So to give a doubling of the road capacity, and that would be incorrect, would it?
As I said, if you read earlier on, that advice note has been withdrawn. But yes, if you wanted to use that advice note, the 60-40 would be the correct approach.
Thank you. So it would be sort of provable then that your figure there is actually too high. It should be lower.
Should be slightly lower, but it would be well within capacity still.
Thank you. Going back to your proof of evidence in section 3.3.2, you give details of impacts and mitigations of traffic effects.
Yes.
In there you state that both driver delay and severance are negligible during the construction and are offset by the Church Street improvements. Can you explain that given the utility diversions that are required on Church Street, how the improvements on Church Street would mitigate against the required works to divert the utilities on Church Street?
The mitigation there refers to the operational impacts.
You've got that listed as the construction.
No, the construction's in the second column. Construction of significance, then it says operational significance, mitigation, and residual effects.
I agreed, but you've only listed one mitigation.
The mitigation relates to the operational significance. If I think I'd have to turn up the environmental statement, but the main mitigation in terms of construction would, as I've mentioned earlier, would be the construction environmental management plan, and I think that's mentioned in the environmental statement, and I'm happy to turn that up if that would be helpful.
No, I don't think so at this stage. I guess similarly with the Station Road improvements, you've also listed the Church Street as a mitigation, but I guess that's the same response from yourself.
Yes.
Section 3.3.8, you mentioned dedicated off-street parking on Church Street. Are you aware that this removes the access to the shared drives on the property adjacent to where that shared parking occurs?
Yes, there's various accesses to properties and they would be accommodated within that area.
They would be accommodated through the use of the shared parking?
There's already existing parking on the street which enables those existing residents to access their property still, and that would be simply maintained. It would just be provided in a safer way, realigning the carriageway so that vehicles could free flow past without having to currently stop.
So the proposal for the Church Street parking provides no additional parking spaces for residents?
No, it just provides parking for those existing residents who already park on Church Street at that location.
In section 5.4.2, you list a range of services that are within walking and cycling distance.
Yes.
Of all of the services that are listed there, only the ones in Cliffe are to be satisfied within a reasonable walking distance. Is that true?
Satisfy the walking distance of 800 metres or less, yes.
And with regards to cycling facility provisions as well, it's Cliffe Woods is right at the outside of what would be expected reasonable.
It's between 2 and 5 kilometres, and that is a reasonable cycle distance, although up to 8 kilometres can be seen as an acceptable cycle distance in some circumstances.
So with regards to 5.4.7 then, in terms of accessing Higham Station by bicycle, that would be more than 5 kilometres, so that would fall into your exceptional circumstances?
I don't think it's for more than 5 kilometres, but it would fall into the probably around the 5 kilometre mark.
I agree it's on the cusp of 5 kilometres, but when I measured that this morning on Google Maps, that was coming out with a value of more than 5 kilometres.
I'd agree it's around 5 kilometres, and therefore it's on the cusp of between what is generally acceptable and what is acceptable for longer journeys.
You asserted before that because there's no accidents on the shared services, therefore that they are safe. Is that correct?
I said they are safe due to the current function of them in terms of street lighting, speed limits, and the use of them by all movements, pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles safely.
Okay, so in the manual for streets, it is noted that for shared surfaces to be provisioned, that pedestrians would need to feel safe, and they would not feel intimidated by traffic. Given that that's a single track road at that point, how would that feeling of being safe work?
Sorry, where are you referring to?
This is your comments regarding shared surfaces.
Well, the shared surface is on various locations throughout Cliffe. There's Buttway Lane, as we've discussed, there's Higham Road, and there's also Cooling Road. Those surfaces operate, those roads function safely. People do walk along them and cycle along them and drive along them together various times a day. And there's no suggestion that that's caused any difficulty in terms of general road safety.
So in terms of general road safety, again, I refer back to Buttway Lane specifically, where it is a single track road. What provisions would there be for disabled users, particularly partially sighted or blind, that would be then conforming to the BS 8300?
I'm not familiar with the BS 8300, but shared surfaces obviously need to provide, if they're new, for appropriate facilities for partially sighted, but if they're existing, they operate successfully or function safely, but there's no dedicated facilities for partially sighted, but that's the same for many roads throughout Cliffe.
While I agree it is the same for many roads in Cliffe, you are essentially moving a public facility up that road. So therefore that should be provisioned to allow access for all users of Cliffe.
There's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no dedicated provision for partially sighted at the existing sports ground.
There isn't a requirement for dedicated provisions for partially sighted because it is footpathed all the way through with tactile paving at all the junctions. Can we briefly talk about the aim-sum model that you referred to, which I believe is Medway Council's preferred method of traffic analysis?
It's their model, yes.
Yeah. Within the traffic assessment, a new sub-network was created for the purpose of assessing traffic along the B2000 to Cliffe, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that sub-network included entrance from the A289 through Cliffe, out the back of Cooling, and then ended up on the Grain Road, is that correct?
I believe so, I understand. I'd have to check the plan exactly, but it covered that whole area, yes.
So that route is a fairly rural route. Given that none of the other sub-networks within the aim-sum model conform to such rural routes, they're mainly urban routes, what confidence can you give to the prediction of the model for the traffic analysis along that route?
I have every confidence in it. It wasn't something I undertook. Medway's own consultants did it. But in developing that sub-network, they validated it against all the traffic data both they had collected and we had collected.
That's correct. There was a specific calibration document with that sub-network. Reading through that calibration document, there is no reference to any rural routes in there. So again, how can we be confident that that sub-network has actually accurate data provided by the full model?
Because
The AIMSA model, sorry.
the validation was subject to a standard validation procedure that Medway Council and many other councils and consultants use in validating models. And it was found to provide to a suitable level of validation and calibration to existing traffic data.
I don't have it to hand, but I am aware that there is numerous errors within the calibration document with regard to referencing and other bits and pieces, if you take the time to read through.
Mr. Smith, sorry to interrupt you. Is that document before the inquiry?
Yes, I believe it is.
It's a core document, is it?
Yes, I can't tell you which core document it is off the top of my head.
Sorry.
It's one of the original appellant's report documents, and it's AIMSA model. Is it that one?
It's the AIMSA model by 4 report. Yeah.
I think it was submitted in about the July of 2022. It was a later addition to the application.
Does that include the calibration report?
The calibration report was uploaded to the Medway Council planning portal, yes.
It would be helpful at some point, not now, but if you could just let me know the reference, core document reference, as and when you find it, just so I can
Certainly,
make
madam.
a note. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem. And finally, I just want to...
I need to follow this. Can you, if the calibration document is a core document, can you just tell us what it is?
Yeah, 2 seconds, let me dig it out. I took the opportunity to download everything. It's the calibration document.
Sub-network 9 calibration and validation.
That could well be it, thank you.
That's 2.7.
CD 2.7.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There's also an AIMSA review, which is the Transfer review of it.
Yes.
2.9.
I can confirm that core document 2.7 is the document I'm referring to. Finally, Mr. Hamshaw, I just want to pick up on the response to the comments that you had to do with the Cliffe and Cliffwoods Residents Development Group at the end of your presentation. You say there's going to be no HGV traffic along Buttway. Given that the agreements in the conditions for approval are that the sports facility must be constructed and in operation before any other construction works can commence, how...
Sorry, which condition number? And then I can follow. Is it 37? Oh, sorry, 37, Mr. Smith. Is it that one?
I don't have a list in front of me, sorry, madam.
That's all right. Can you? Mr. Dufair is going to provide a list for you.
I think my comment still stands.
Well, the way you put it was no construction could commence until these sports pitches have been provided. That's not what it says.
It says no development of the affecting the existing playing pitches and tennis courts shall be commenced before replacement pitches and courts.
So you can't get rid of the existing facilities until such time as you replace them. But that's rather different from saying no construction
So yeah,
can
okay.
commence.
So development could take place on the western parcel of land, is what you're saying?
Yes?
Yep.
And the accesses can be constructed.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Still, with regards to HGV movements within Cliffe, I believe your sports report refers to a 100 mil layer of topsoil being required on the sports facility.
That's not my report.
No, but the subsequent HGV traffic that's required to deliver said topsoil would fall under your remit, though?
Yes, there would be HGV traffic to deliver that.
Yeah, so by my calculations, 100 mil of topsoil across the surface area of that site would be something equivalent to about 360 HGV movements.
I can't say without giving details of your calculations.
Yeah. Just to your comment about closures of the B2000, the note about closures is in relation to like traffic management plans. So it would be nighttime closures, etc., or short-term closures. I don't think there was an assertion that the road would be closed full-time for that period. Even so, the works along Station Road would require a significant period of time with temporary management, perhaps four-way traffic lights. Would you agree?
There would definitely be a need for traffic management, yes.
And within the remit of that traffic management, especially at the tie-ins at each end, that would require likely a closure of some description.
I'm not sure it would necessitate a closure, but definitely traffic signal controlled at some point, yes.
Thank you. And then lastly, in relation to the query of durations, the durations of 9 months was actually got from core document 2.4, which is the volume 1, section 4.61, which mentions construction times and then delivery for housing. Core document 2.4, volume 1, 4.61, where it lists, bear with me 2 seconds. I think it says pre-commencement conditions, oh, no, my bad. Construction of strategic infrastructure on site would occur from Q4 2022 to Q3 of 2023, which by my calculations is 9 months. It was just in challenge to the denial or rebuttal, rather, sorry, of the construction would go on for 9 months. There was just clarification of that point.
That period of construction is 9 months. I don't disagree with that. What's included in that is not clear from that description.
No,
my understanding was that there was an inference that was 9 months to construct the Station Road improvements, and as I said in evidence, that disputed that point. I don't think it will take that long to construct the Station Road improvements.
No, but that would be 9 months to construct the Station Road improvements, the utility diversion along Church Street, and the 2 accesses along Church Street, all of which will have a detrimental impact on the traffic flow along Church Street and Station Road.
I don't think it's clear in that description what's included in those works, but as I said, all those works will be controlled through the Construction Environmental Management Plan.
So, without having any knowledge of the construction durations or periods, how was the assessment made for the impact that the construction activities would have on traffic within the village?
construction activities were assessed in terms of an average number of vehicles per day and a peak number of vehicles per day. As is typical during construction, there is variation day to day, and therefore the assessments covered those, the average and a peak, and assessed the impact, having regard to the imposition of a construction environmental management plan to control those movements.
But as you were just commenting, you wasn't aware of the topsoil requirement for the sports pitches, so therefore you're obviously not in possession of all the information to make that assessment.
The assessment's based on a broad understanding of the construction throughout the construction period. It's based on other evidence at other sites of construction and was accepted by Medway Council as an appropriate assessment of construction vehicles.
Thank you. One more point, apologies, regarding the buses. I noticed in the supporting documentation that there is no evidence from Arriva within your documentation that they have agreed to the proposals or are even considering the proposals.
There's nothing in the documentation. The discussions were taking place during the pre-application or during the application process, and Medway were part of those discussions.
Thank you. So just to confirm that there is no evidence submitted to the planning inspector?
Not from Arriva.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I think most of my questions have been covered. I just had one, which if Mr. Strawn doesn't mind, I'll just sneak in with this. Page 22 of your proof of evidence. It's just a point of clarification, really. You say it's reasonable to expect that the majority of pedestrians and cyclists travelling to the sports facilities would utilise the access via byway RS87, which would be the most direct and convenient route. And we talked about sort of the moving of the points in figures 1 and 2.
Yes.
Does that take into account wherever the access point would be? You consider that that would be the most likely to be used?
Yes, as I said in evidence earlier, the exact location of the access doesn't have a bearing on that statement.
Thank you. Thank you, that was my only question. So Mr. Strawn, if you've got questions for re-examination, I'll pass over to you. Thank you.
Just checking my notes. Yes, Mr. Hamshall, back to Councillor Fribben's questions. You confirmed that you've taken into account all of the other developments that he listed. Just for information, there is a table 2.2 in the environmental statement which has a list of various sites. Can I just ask you to confirm whether or not that is what you're referring to in terms of assessment, taking into account other development?
Yes, it's all those additional committed developments as they're known.
Thank you. You were then asked some questions about shared surfaces by Councillor Fribbins, and he asked you, would there be additional pedestrian use of the, for example, Higham Road and Buttway Lane?
Yes.
Recall that? You said yes. You said there would be increased use. In your view, does that create any problem, difficulty, or concern?
No, as I've said in evidence, they are shared surfaces and they function safely as those, and continued and increased pedestrian activity will not change that.
And then turning to questions you've just been asked by Mr. Smith, you were asked about the link capacity of the B2000 and the assumptions that have been made.
Yes.
It may be obvious, Mr. Hamshall, but can I get you to tell the inquiry, is the assumptions you've made, have they been considered by the local highway authority responsible for the B2000?
Yes, they were set out in the transport assessment, which was reviewed and audited by Medway Council as Highway Authority.
And you were asked about an advice note referring to a potential 60-40 bi-directional split. Do you recall that?
Yes,
You said it had been withdrawn.
it has.
Is it appropriate to use it in those circumstances?
Only cautiously, yes.
Thank you. Does it affect the assessment?
No, as I said in response to the question, the capacity may be slightly overestimated by that approach, but we are still, B2000 still would be well within capacity.
Thank you. And then you were asked finally about the evidence submitted from Arriva. You referred to having had discussions with Arriva and the council being involved in those.
Yes.
Has anyone, i.e. the council or anyone else, disputed what was discussed and the principle of agreement with Arriva?
No, not at all, and Medway Council have based their contributions on those discussions.
Thank you very much. No other questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Hamshaw.
Thank you, Madam.
So it's just coming up to 12:30. We've got the letters from the residents that just need to be covered. I wonder whether it's worth breaking for lunch now whilst the canteen's fully stocked, and then hearing the letters and then the next witness. How does everyone feel about that? Happy to break now, or?
Yes, I was just going to perhaps get a feel for how many letters there were. If they're written representations, then I'm perfectly happy for them to be handed in if I can see them without them having to be read out, because they are written reps rather than individuals coming to the inquiry. I'm only thinking of the time.
Yes, yeah. It's just two.
Okay, I find.
Yeah, I'm happy for those to be read.
That's
Mr.
fine,
Strawn,
yeah,
yeah.
fine.
So if we break for lunch now, is 45 minutes enough as per other days? Yeah, thank you. So we'll resume at 1:15 with the resident statements. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Okay, thank you everyone and welcome back. It's 1:15 and time to resume the inquiry. Before we begin, procedural matters. Mr. Differ.
Yes, Madam, thank you. Just to say that the council's website is still inaccessible for all planning applications. IT is looking into that. In the meantime, if people want access to the documents for this case that they don't already have, if you email planningappeals@medway.gov.uk, Mr. Simon will be able to send a link to a OneDrive, which will hopefully provide access to all of the core documents. That's a sort of backup link that we've got, and we're hoping that if anyone wants to access, whether they're on the live stream or in the room, they can be provided with that by emailing Mr. Simon.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Should we pause just for a few minutes, just in case any emails do come through before we resume? Whilst we do that, it might be pertinent to hear the interested parties.
Okay. Thank you again for letting us do this at later notice. There are two statements to read. There is some slight repetition, so if you want me to just skip that bit and let me know. This first one is submitted by Jan Walkinshaw. Developers and local planning authorities have to refer to local government policies and legislation which aim to protect the best and most versatile agricultural land from significant, inappropriate or unsustainable development proposals. And this Trentport proposal is most certainly significant, inappropriate and very unsustainable, whichever way you look at it. All of us that live here, and you might say the real experts on this particular matter, can see this immediately. Anyone that cannot see this obviously have ulterior motives, one would assume. So although Trentport, for some strange reason, have appeared to have downgraded the classification of our wonderful Grade 1 farmland, that as residents all know it to be, this land still needs to be very much protected at all costs. And anyway, you will see the National Planning Policy defines the best and most versatile land as land within grades 1, 2 and 3A. So this is land that must never be built on or lost as agricultural land, especially as we have more and more mouths to feed on less and less farmland. Food security is a very great, very serious danger to our population going forward. So if we lose this land that grows the greatest variety of produce that I have ever known any farm to grow in our area, then we lose it at our peril. Once this farmland is gone, it is gone forever. Do you really want to be responsible for the future generations being unable to feed themselves? I know I don't. So we have to do everything in our power to stop the destruction of our most very versatile farmland. So I beg you to please see sense and refuse this particular development on our top quality land, as there is so much other land which is unsuitable for growing crops that could be utilised for houses. I realise that Trentport probably won't own that land, so it'll obviously disagree with me on this subject, but food security is far more important to the population than profits for these companies that have been allowed to get far too big and far too powerful in the last few years. That's from Jan Walkinshaw. This second one is from Corinne Stevens. My two main points that I wish to remark upon are as follows. Number one, the APCM. Let's refer to this as our village green. The inspector should be made aware of its crucial, unique location and setting, and how this is a key focal point for our village community in its current location. It's part of the heart and the soul of the village along the Church Street spine of our village. It is just as important as other Church Street focal points such as the village club, play park, memorial hall, school, Six Bells pub and the church. Infill developing this village green and effectively carving it up and then relocating it to the far east, partial by Suds Basin, west and northern perimeter of the village is a grotesque proposal that would permanently harm the beautiful open form countryside character of this village. When designing new developments, importance is now focused on placemaking to provide beautiful, healthy, happy places for communities to grow and thrive.
This community of Cliffe already sees this village green as one of their most cherished place-making qualities in its current configuration and setting. Building on it, carving it up, and pushing it to the outer boundaries is totally unacceptable. It will have a massive negative impact on the community's love and ownership for their village, and in turn, the villagers' general lives and well-being will be permanently damaged. Point number 2, transport assessment and access to the village. The developer applicant submitted transport assessment, which she then refers to as TA throughout, has ignored the true existing description of the immediate section of road leading north, Church Street, and west, Higham Road, off the mini roundabout at junction of Church Street, Station Road, Higham Road, Cooling Road. All 4 roads arm off this roundabout have parked cars on one side. Effectively, all roads operate as single-lane road, where approaching vehicles from both directions must give way to one another. The parked cars are parked at all times of day and night. The TA proposes solutions to the parked cars along Cooling Road and Station Road, but not for Higham Road and Church Street, where these parked cars render these roads to single lanes all day and night. Also, vehicles exiting Higham Road and Cooling Road already suffer poor visibility when pulling out onto the roundabout, and the improvement scheme proposed will not remedy this because there is no room available to provide required junction visibility, let alone pedestrian and cyclists. It's already dangerous, and the development's traffic increase will only make the situation worse. Main issue with the transport assessment. The TA suggests no concerns with adverse vehicle capacity, so no queuing, at above-mentioned mini-roundabout junction, either now or if development is built out. I concentrate my focus on the stretch of Church Street from the mini-roundabout up to and adjacent to tennis courts. The TA, I believe, suggests there will be circa 17 to 18% increase if development is approved along this road. That's circa 95 additional vehicle movements at peak hours, 1 to 2 per minute. Firstly, this figure will be higher, in my opinion, as the calculations will probably have allowed for modal shift, traffic volume reduction to account for people using bus, etc., instead of cars. As we know, due to village remote detached location, it will be much quicker and more convenient for people to choose car over other modes of travel. There is no improvement scheme proposed for this crucial section of Church Street between the roundabout, past Norwood Close Junction, up to and adjacent the tennis court. There is no solution proposed to relocate those parked cars, which are always there since I can remember all day and night. These residents who park there have nowhere else to park and never have, and this developer applicant seems unable to do anything to solve this. This is why I believe the TA keeps quiet on this section of Church Street adjacent Norwood Close. 2 vehicles cannot pass each other currently, and when the bus is stationary at Norwood Corner bus stop, all other vehicles are blocked and trapped in both directions, preventing village access, causing congestion in all directions. No emergency services can access either. The TA doesn't demonstrate congestion at this roundabout because I believe it models the mini roundabout junction as if it has 2 clear, 2-way lanes off it in all directions. So it is misleading everyone. In the real world, it operates as a give-way single lane. Congestion will get worse with the increased traffic generated from the proposed development. I also have serious concerns how heavy-duty construction lorries would navigate this section of road during the build-out period. The damage and harassment it will cause to residents and drivers would be horrendous. Ideally, there would be a footway on each side of this section of Church Street, plus parallel parking bays and 2 clear, unrestricted lanes on the road, but there is not enough width to accommodate this. Therefore, allowing considerable additional traffic on this road should not be permitted. Separately, there is no improvement proposed to provide a safe, viable pedestrian and cycling route along the existing public right-of-way to Cliffe Woods and then on to the nearest town amenities. Medway Council have poorly served Cliffe as a highways authority regarding the B2000 for the route stretching from Mockbeggar Farm up to Cliffe. No large development should be permitted in Cliffe until they deal with the substandard road, particularly the tight pinch points just north of Mockbeggar Farm, and the same with pinch points between Cliffe Woods and Cliffe. Medway Council continuously permitted a steady increase to the daily volume of huge HGVs that use the B2000. We often suffer roadblocks caused by HGVs having to stop and edge past each other, almost at a snail's pace, same when they encounter a bus. No matter what the developer applicant proposes for bus services improvement, this village will always be private car dependent because of its remote detached location. Convenience will always win over the minds instead of using bus options due to this type of end-of-the-road location. Yes, private cars can be green in terms of carbon emissions, but I'm concentrating on the volume of traffic now and in the future regarding safety and congestion concerns. The congestion will increase more than the TA states in the real world. The B2000 pinch points and the Church Street Norwood Close single lane bottleneck village access point cannot safely nor technically accommodate this 250 dwelling proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it possible to let Mr. Simon scan those so that they can be circulated electronically? Is that okay with you, Mr. Simon? Yep, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just a procedural point, the website is now active again.
Oh, okay.
All 591 documents are now available to everybody.
Great. Thank you very much for confirming. Can everyone had a try just to see if... Yep. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Fibbins, you've managed to get on and access. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So I think we've got Mr. Grady next for sports for the appellant. Yep, Mr. Strawn, if you'd like to call your witness then, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady. You may need to move that closer.
Okay. Is that okay?
We'll find out. Right. And, Madam, you should have a copy of a proof of evidence and appendices. You are Richard Grady.
Correct.
You are the founder and director of Consult QRD Limited, a consultancy focused on the development and delivery of viable capital projects in the sport, leisure and community sectors on behalf of sports clubs, educational bodies and residential and commercial developers. You've got over 22 years experience in the sector, including over 16 years in consultancy. And prior to the establishment of Consult QRD, you worked for Capitus Simmons, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. In a consultancy role, for Ealing Borough Council in a project management role, and for the Football Foundation in a grant funding assessment role.
That's right, yeah.
In terms of your work, you assist those developers, etc., in navigating the requirements of the planning system, how to deliver tangible benefits based on a detailed justification of development proposals within the context of the National Planning Policy Framework, Sport England's playing fields policy, and indeed local planning policies.
That's right, yep.
And Mr. Grady, you've given examples of recent relevant experience on the delivery of new sports facilities that meet those relevant criteria. I'm not sure I'll read them all out, but they include, for example, land at Appledore Road in Tenterden in terms of an outdoor pitch hub site, Bushy Wood development serving a 950 home scheme somewhere in Oxford, Brighton, Herne Bay, Preston, Oxford again, Surrey and Surrey.
Yes, that's right, amongst others, yes.
You also explain you've got an understanding, very good understanding of the sports facility and policy context in Medway as a result of working on behalf of Thinking Schools Academy Trust, and you have supported the delivery of sports facility projects at the Trust's Holcombe Grammar School in Chatham, Rochester Grammar School, Rochester, and Victory Academy in Chatham and their campuses.
That's right, yes.
And at paragraph 7 of your brief, you've explained what you've done in preparing evidence for this proposal. You've not only considered the policy implications and done your own site investigations, you've consulted with the sports governing bodies, amongst other things.
Yes, that's right.
And, Madam, I'm going to take the proof as read, but I'm going to ask Mr. Grady, you've got two summaries. I was going to refer to your executive summary, but you may want to go to the end. I don't mind. They're quite similar.
Yeah, I'll stick with the executive.
Executive summary, thank you. And could you just pick up at paragraph 2? And the reason for that is I just wanted to, for you to outline what is proposed.
Yeah, do you want me to briefly refer to what's at the
I
current
would read
APCM?
paragraph 2 and then perhaps
Sure.
just talk us through it.
So the assessment relates to the existing APCM recreation ground and the proposed replacement on land off Butway Lane with the following configuration of facilities. 2 natural turf adult 11v11 football pitches, brackets also suitable for under 16 youth football and above. 1 fine turf, and that means a natural turf, 8 wicket cricket wicket. 3 macadam surface tennis courts, which could be grassed, but where macadam surface courts offer a far greater opportunity for play throughout the year. 3 cricket nets, and a new purpose-built pavilion building with 2 team changing rooms designed in accordance with Sport England guidance.
Thank you very much. And perhaps, Mr. Grady, you can, at that point, just to confirm, you've compared that proposal with what's currently at the APCM site.
Yes. So the current configuration of existing sports facilities on the appeals site at Cliffe is as follows. Sorry, Madam, this is at my paragraph 1.1.3. It's 1 natural turf adult 11v11 football pitch, 1 natural turf youth 11v11 football pitch, 1 fine turf 8 wicket cricket pitch, 2 grass tennis courts, and a dilapidated pavilion building.
Thank you. Now, back to our executive summary, Mr. Grady. At the time of writing, you were dealing in particular with reason for refusal 3 from the council. That has now been withdrawn, as you probably heard.
Yeah.
So your proof obviously needs to be read in light of that withdrawal. However, you've gone on to consider what's being proposed, and there are obviously points being made by the Rule 6 parties and residents. So I do still want to cover what you're addressing. Just can you pick up the thread at paragraph 4, please?
So the assessment considers both the existing and replacement sports within the context of, sorry, that should be sports facilities, within the context of RFR 3 and relevant planning policies, and concludes that far from the proposed facilities being of inferior quality or in an unsuitable location, they will deliver a significantly enhanced provision in a suitable and better location, which is safely accessible, as well as being entirely consistent with Sport England's playing fields policy, brackets, the statutory consultee.
And then in your executive summary under the heading Policy and Strategy Context, you've set out a summary of what you've considered in more detail in your proof of evidence by way of policy and strategy. And they include, and we can go to them if necessary, but the relevant paragraphs of the National Planning Policy Framework on sports and recreation facilities and replacement thereof, correct?
Correct, yes.
Local planning policy, similarly.
Correct.
And also Sport England's requirements, Sport England being a statutory consultee and with its policy exceptions, which we've heard about already during the course of the inquiry.
Yes, that's right, exception 4, yeah.
And could you read from paragraph 6, please?
Compliance with the above has been achieved through the proposed replacement of the existing facilities with new of equivalent or better quality relating to both design, specification, management and access arrangement. It is my view that the new facilities will in fact represent a qualitative and quantitative improvement.
Carry on, please.
It is interesting to note that Sport England chose not to object to the proposals and that officers recommended them for approval. Furthermore, my consultation with representatives of Kent FA, Kent Cricket and the Lawn Tennis Association have resulted in the receipt of letters of support from these organisations. The reference to further information being needed, as one would expect with all outline planning applications, is clearly Sport England signposting what needs to be done at the detailed design stage to ensure compliance. This has been reflected in the Council's own draft conditions in the officer's report recommending approval.
And that's a reference to conditions recommended by Sport England as to the future details of provision and operation, as I've understood it, Mr. Grady, rather than any difficulty in principle with what's being proposed.
That's right, yes.
Could we just go back to paragraph 7, because in terms of the inspector having evidence from those who are responsible for the delivery of sport in this area, I just want to understand where we find their position set out as a result of your consultation with them. Madam, that's in the appendices. They're copies of Appendix 4. It's not paginated, but it's about a third of the way through. And Mr. Grady, just if I can see if I've understood it correctly, there is a letter from Kent Cricket.
Mm-hmm.
Over the page, a letter from the Lawn Tennis Association for Britain. And over the page again, a letter from the Kent County Football Association Limited. So cricket, tennis and football. And probably tedious for me to read out the letters, Madam, but in short, what you've identified there is the support, positive support, for the proposals that are being put forward by the appellant in terms of addressing shortfall or deficiencies in the existing arrangements.
That's entirely correct, yes.
Does that come as any surprise to you, Mr. Grady, in light of your own analysis of the existing facilities and what's being proposed on offer?
Not at all. The proposals will deliver priorities identified in the playing pitch strategy and local football facility plan.
And just standing back for a moment, leave aside other issues which we'll come to. You've explained this in your proof of evidence, but just be clear, Mr. Grady, as someone who practices in this area, what is in your professional opinion, what is the net result if the appeal scheme were to go ahead in terms of sports facilities and pitches for Cliffe as a community?
It will deliver a qualitative and quantitative improvement for the facilities. The Natural Turf Solutions site assessments identify some deficiencies in the quality of the playing fields at the APCM recreation ground. There are a number of issues associated with poor maintenance practices and so on. It will deliver pitches in the correct orientation, i.e. north-south, and it will deliver an increase in the number of tennis courts with a surface that is more durable and capable of supporting year-round use. Additionally, the provision of cricket nets and a better quality pavilion building in line with Sport England, ECB and Football Association guidance will allow the site to support the regular use for those sports, particularly cricket, which based on my discussions with Kent Cricket, I understand formal use of the APCM site for cricket has declined significantly in recent years.
Thank you. And just a number of documents for the inspector, because I don't want to go through all of your evidence in detail now, but you're referring to a number of things that have taken place, one of which was the investigation and feasibility study, which is at Appendix 2 of your proof of evidence.
Yes, that's right. Undertaken by Natural Turf Solutions. Yeah.
And can you just explain what that document is doing? It's quite a detailed document, but just to assist.
So it's important to set it within the context of something called performance quality standards. They are something that's been developed by the Grounds Management Association in consultation with relevant governing bodies, so rugby union, football, cricket, and so on. They are a means of us giving an objective analysis of the quality of a playing field. And you use that as basis of an equivalent quality assessment when you're replacing playing fields, because you have to provide new playing fields that are of equivalent or better quality. So the starting point for the feasibility study is to undertake that assessment of the existing APCM playing fields. As I mentioned briefly earlier, that identified a number of deficiencies at that site, and the second part of the study is to undertake an assessment of the ground conditions at the site of the proposed playing fields and to develop a specification, an appropriate specification to deliver playing fields that are consistent with the performance quality standards.
So just as, and again, we don't necessarily need to go into all the detail now, but just to give a flavour of that, if you turn to page 9 of the MTS study, it includes sampling the ground conditions for the existing APCM sports facilities by way of analysis of the type of playing surface, the grass quality, etc.
It does.
Yep. And the results are set out in that report.
They are indeed, yeah.
The other matter that you've covered in your evidence, but we haven't actually gone to in any detail, but just to be clear, is your research into more local specific documents. And this is covered in section 2 of your proof, section 2.5, the Medway Council playing pitch strategy.
Yes.
And at 2.6, the Medway local football facility plan. And you've analysed documents that have been produced in the past which identify the state of play, that's probably the wrong pun, isn't it? But the current condition of playing pitch provision in the area and what is deficient, what's not, and what's needed by way of replacement facilities, including in the 6 sub-areas of which Cliffe is in the Struden rural sub-area. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yes.
And the inspector has the details of that analysis by reference to those documents in those sections 2.5 and 2.6.
Yes, that's correct.
And amongst other things, for example, you can see where there is an assessment of the current cricket pitch, etc., the current pavilion or dilapidated pavilion, as you identify, and deficiencies in relation to football pitch provision, etc.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Could we then just touch on Sport England? Just pausing there, Madam. I don't think we've received from Ms. Shorter you remember last week we were hoping to get the email she read out to us and the response from Sport England before she left. And that still hasn't been provided. But. Okay. Well, I'll try and take it in stages then, Mr. Grady. So far as Sport England's consideration of the planning application concerned, we know that they were consulted and that they responded and they had no objection subject to the conditions.
Yep.
Can I just get, because you obviously deal with Sport England on a regular basis, can I just get you to explain your understanding based on your experience? If Sport England were concerned or dissatisfied with what was proposed by reference to their exception policy, what would you expect, or based on your experience, understand them to do?
They would object.
And in relation to those exception policies, they have set them out in their response document. Appendix 1 of your evidence, you've got the full Sport England consultation response.
Yes.
We can see there that E4, Sport England policy exceptions, covers the sorts of things you've been looking at. One of them is that the proposed replacement development is in a suitable location.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And of course, they've got the application materials about the location. If, Mr. Grady, there were concerns on the part of Sport England as to the suitability of the location of these facilities in the village of Cliffe, what would you expect Sport England to do?
I would expect them to object.
And do they have any concern about the location of the facilities in or access to them?
I haven't seen any concerns raised, no.
And the second part of that question, Madam, was going to be by reference to the second go, if I can put it that way, but the second by the cherry. They were asked to review their position in light of a long list of concerns from the residents group. Do you recall that was read out?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I believe it's Appendix 13 of
And then
their evidence.
we've got an extract from their response saying that they were not changing their position. Again, Mr. Grady, can you just comment on what you believe Sport England's position to be in terms of the suitability of this location in light of the points that have been raised by the residents group?
Their position is unchanged. They do not object.
And Mr. Grady, can we just then test that a little bit further to understand why that might be and why you similarly are of that view in terms of what's provided? Perhaps we can just read paragraph 9 onwards, and we'll come back to the points of criticism in a moment. Paragraph 9 of your executive summary. Sorry for that. You were talking about facility delivery.
Are you there? Yeah, cool. The proposals for the design and delivery of the outdoor sports facilities are consistent with relevant Sport England and governing body guidance and would deliver a much improved quality of provision when compared to the existing. They are based on a detailed investigation of the existing football and cricket pitches at APCM Recreation Ground, which highlights a number of issues and deficiencies when assessed against the Grounds Management Association performance quality standards. Engagement of a consultant at this stage of the development proposals addresses a key aspect of the proposed conditions and comments from Sport England. This is a greater level of detail than may typically be expected at this stage. Furthermore, the delivery of a new pavilion building will deliver a key priority identified in the PPS and the LFFP, that's the Playing Pit Strategy and Local Football Facility Plan.
Just pausing there, are you aware of any other proposal that would deliver such a pavilion, the dilapidated pavilion improvements that have been identified in those documents?
No, I'm not aware of any.
No.
With the addition of cricket nets and macadam surface tennis courts, the combined facilities will offer a significant improvement when compared to the existing. They will be more durable and offer a base for the development of all three sports. It is notable that the proposed facilities, with a value of approximately £1.3 million, will be fully funded and delivered by the developer prior to the loss of the existing and without any recourse to external funding. Therefore, when the above factors are combined, it is my professional opinion that the proposed facilities will represent a significant improvement in quality when compared to the existing, and are therefore entirely consistent with the requirements of the MPPF, Medway Local Plan, and Sport England policy exceptions. As a result, they also serve to clearly undermine the validity of reason for refusal 3.
I have now got the email. I haven't got hard copies of it. You'll have a copy in due course, Madam. But just before we carry on to community access and management arrangements, Mr. Grady, it was read out yesterday. I don't think it was necessarily made clear, but I can see now that this was sent to Sport England and the design out crime officer as well, Kent Police. Sorry, my fault to make them. So it was sent to bodies, Sport England and design out crime officer, copied to various people, and it set out, as was read out yesterday, last week, sorry, my time's slipping away, set out last week a list of, I think, 13 items as it's now put. As a minimum, we wish to review the following with you, and there were all sorts of things identified: access and egress to the site, secondary public rights of way, only one access point, current use of the APCM overlooked by the community, parking, surveillance, landscape effects, and a view that it didn't meet the policy exceptions E1 to E5 of Sport England, etc. Well, we can get a copy introduced. Mr. Grady, in light of that email and reference made to the sorts of issues, namely accessibility, surveillance, etc., if Sport England had any concerns about the proposal on the basis of the points being raised, again, what would you expect them to have done?
I would expect them to object.
So I was going to ask you a little bit more about why it is that they haven't and why you similarly support the scheme. You've just got to the end of 15. Shall we just read 16 to 20, and then I'll just ask you a few miscellaneous points.
The proposed location of the new sports pitches is immediately adjacent to the Cliffe playing fields, placing them closer to the traditional heart of the village and within easier reach of more of the existing residents. This location is within the distance access standards recommended by Fields and Trust, with safe pedestrian and cycling access offered from the public right-of-way off Church Street.
Now, just pausing there, again, back to your proof of evidence. We've already had some evidence from Mr. Hamshaw about isochrone distances for pedestrian and cyclists.
Yes.
You've also done another exercise,
Yep.
but this time looking at Fields in Trust distance access standards to
Correct.
playing fields. And you provided to the inspector at Appendix 7 the Fields in Trust deed of dedication guidance, which is, I think, relating to how the thing will be managed. But there's some further guidance, isn't there, on
Yes.
proximity?
Yes, Appendix 7 deals with the deed of dedication, which is a means of securing the site for community use. The walking distances are addressed in Appendix 9, and that's to do with a 1,200 metre walking standard, and it's the actual distance walked rather than the
Isochrone.
isochrones.
And what you've done, just to be clear, you've got at Appendix 8 for the inspector two circles, one focused on the centre or close to the centre of the APCM sports ground, the existing one, and one the centre of the proposed new playing sports pitches.
Yes, that's correct. That uses, Medway Council doesn't have a catchment standard for playing fields, but it does for neighbourhood equipped areas of play. So I used that one to assess whether it fell within that catchment, because that was the closest approximation I could find from Medway. In the absence of a catchment standard for playing fields, I then defaulted to the Fields in Trust standard, which is used commonly by a number of local authorities across the country.
And just in relation to the Medway standards, what's the inspector will be able to see it in plan form, but broadly speaking, which performs better in terms of accessibility to numbers of properties and residents, the proposed new sports ground or the current one?
The proposed new sports ground.
And then in terms of the walk distance by reference to Fields in Trust?
It shows, sorry.
Sorry, that's Appendix 9, sorry. Can you just briefly explain what this is showing?
It shows that from the farthest points of the village, the site of the new playing fields are within 1,200 metres of all homes, planned and existing. And this avoids, although, as Mr Hamshaw has discussed, Butway Lane is considered to be safe. This shows that even if you were, for example, in the north east of the village to use the access via Church, the public right-of-way from Church Street, it would still be within 1,200 metres.
So we can just complete the exercise in light of the question I asked Mr Hamshaw, actually. If you look at walking distance 1, the first table, you've taken a walk from the northeastern point of the village.
Yes.
And walk to the location of the new playing field, accessing it through RS 87.
Yes.
If you added 170 metres to, if you had to walk further down RS 87,
Yep, I know what you mean. Mm-hmm.
rather than say go down Butway Lane, but if you were to go down RS 87 to the end, it would add, I think, 170 metres was the answer, which you would add to the 950 metres. You'd still be within the 1.2.
You would, yes.
Yep. And can we just do the same exercise for the existing sports pitch, which is what I think shown on walking distance 2.
Yes, so that one, I conclude, is approximately 1,400 metre walk. So that's outside of the recommended catchment for those residents living in the extreme northeast of the village.
Thank you. And I think you've done the same exercise from the south. Again, they're closer, obviously, in the south to the APCM, but the south will still be served within 950 metres, assuming you went up Church Street.
Yes.
What you haven't done, though, there is use the proposed pedestrian cyclist route along the western side, which presumably would shorten the distance.
You're correct, I haven't done that, but yes, it would shorten the distance somewhat.
Thank you. Paragraph 18, please.
Furthermore, the CUA Community Use Agreement and proposed Fields in Trust Deed of Dedication will safeguard community access to the sports pitches for future generations, ensuring that they remain valuable assets. The proposals for management would maintain those in place at the current site. This would ensure that there is no reduction in the quality of management or meaningful change in the hire arrangements. Furthermore, through the construction of a modern, purpose-built sports facility, maintenance requirements will be clearly understood from the outset. When considered in the round, these factors combine to clearly demonstrate that there is no sound basis for the assertions in Reason for Refusal 3 regarding relating to site suitability and the quality of public access.
Thank you. And then you set out your conclusions at paragraph 21. You address Reason for Refusal 3. Can I just get you to run through the bullet points and then just a couple of supplementary questions, please?
Sport England, the statutory consultee, offered no objection to the proposals and advised that, subject to further information, they were consistent with its policy exception 4 (brackets replacement provision) and therefore the provisions of the MPPF and local plan policy L3. The existing sports pitches are not consistent with the requirements of the Grounds Management Association performance quality standards. The proposed facilities would be delivered in full accordance with the PQS and relevant design guidance. The existing pavilion is in a poor state of repair and, as set out in the playing pit strategy and local football facility plan, needs investment. The new pavilion would be designed in full accordance with the appropriate guidance. The site of the new sports facilities is located closer to the heart of the village and closer to more existing homes than APCM recreation ground. The site of the new sports facilities would be within the Fields in Trust 1,200-metre walking catchment for all existing and planned homes in the village. The site would be served by safe pedestrian and cycle routes, both new and existing. Kent Police expressed no concerns about the proposed location or potential for antisocial behaviour. My research shows that this is a declining issue in Cliffe, and Sport England research shows that investment in sports facilities serves to help reduce incidences of ASB, antisocial behaviour. The management and maintenance arrangements for the new facilities would replicate those in place at APCM Recreation Ground, with security of public access strengthened by a community use agreement and Fields in Trust deed of dedication.
And just a few supplementary questions, if I may, Mr. Grady. A number of the representations that have been made concern the use of the APCM not simply for sport and playing pitches, but, for example, there's reference to a lot of dog walking or picnicking or things of that kind. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
First of all, can you assist the inspector in general terms as to what the appeal scheme is proposing by way of the approach to open space generally? Is it limited to the replacement pitches and facilities to which reference has been made?
No, it's not. It also includes an extensive area of semi-natural open space.
Thank you. And how relevant is that to considering, for example, the use of the existing APCM for things like dog walking?
I think it's of significant relevance. I think it's an area more suited to informal recreation and activities such as dog walking.
Linked to that, Mr. Grady, in terms of the use of playing pitches, cricket pitches, and formal facilities of that kind, generally speaking, what is the approach to combining that with dog walking and use for those sorts of things, whether it's a good or a bad thing?
It's not ideal. And, for example, you can't walk dogs whilst a match is taking place. And there are often issues associated with dog fouling on playing field sites.
Now, another issue that's been raised concerns surveillance. You recall that?
I do, yes.
I just want your assistance on that. Mr. Talbot's already given evidence about surveillance in relation to, say, dog walking and children's play areas and matters of that kind. I don't ask you to go over that again. But there appears to be, and it may be that if I'm misstating it, then someone will tell me, but there appears to be a concern that, for example, the APCM has better surveillance, it said, than this proposed sports pitch replacement, and that somehow is a deficiency in the new sports pitch and facilities and their use. Can I just get you to comment about those sports pitch and facilities and the need for surveillance, as it's put?
The specific matter of surveillance of a sports pitch has never come up in my discussions with Sport England.
And why is that?
It's not a particular standard that they assess projects against.
And is it necessary to have surveillance from, for example, residents or roads for the playing of football games or cricket or tennis in the way that seems to be expressed by residents?
Not in my experience, and there's no standard that suggests that it should be that case.
You've dealt, and others have dealt as a matter of principle, with some surveillance that would occur in any event. But can you assist the inspector if you're aware of any proposed replacement sports facilities of this kind being refused on the basis of surveillance concerns of that kind?
Not in my experience.
Secondly, you refer in your evidence to the approach to antisocial behaviour and the concerns expressed about that
Yes.
by various residents. You've referred to your research on that. I'm also interested in the point you made about Sport England research, i.e. it shows that if you enhance sports facilities, you actually help reduce incidents of antisocial behaviour. Is that your understanding or experience?
Yes, that's set out in the Sport England document, Creating Safer Communities, by providing more organised opportunities for sport and physical activity. Sport England's research shows that it actually helps to reduce incidents of antisocial behaviour.
So just taking that forward, if Sport England, the sports bodies, and you are correct that these are enhance facilities that will increase opportunity for sport, formal sport and facilities in the village. What do you anticipate would be the effect on incidents of antisocial behaviour in the community?
My expectation would be that there would be a reduction.
Thank you. And there's also expressed a concern, we heard it again recently, although it wasn't a question but a statement, about accessibility, do you recall that, to the sports pitch and facilities for the less mobile, for someone, say, in a wheelchair or visually impaired?
To the existing?
Well, to both.
Okay.
I think it was suggested, again, not a question, but a statement. It was suggested that there were tactile services to enable people to get to the existing, and there wouldn't be to the AP7. Do you recall that line of question?
I do, yeah.
Can you just comment briefly on your understanding, please?
My understanding is that there is no tactile paving in the vicinity of the APCM recreation ground, or on to the north, immediate north and south. But there would be opportunities to install that as part of the improvements to the public right-of-way, including to the public right-of-way off of Church Street as part of the proposed improvements.
And just having, obviously, being familiar with the APCM site and the proposed site in terms of accessibility for all, whether people participating or watching sport, can I just get you to comment on, you've talked about pedestrian and cycle links, etc., but including those for the less mobile, whether you consider the proposed sports pitch and facilities to be better or worse than the APCM in terms of accessibility?
My view is they're likely to be better.
And I think that was all well, yes, Appendix 7 you touched on, that's a Fields in Trust deed of dedication guidance. I think you've explained in your proof of evidence that that mechanism delivers the sports pitches to the community effectively in perpetuity by virtue of the way it operates. What's your understanding of the current arrangements for the APCM?
There's nothing comparable in place.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Madam.
Thank you.
Are you happy to continue straight into the cross-examination?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Fribbins, then I'll hand over to you for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for your presentation. There are some major, I believe, omissions in your evidence that I'll give you the opportunity to respond to. The first one is there is no reference at all in your evidence to any consideration of the neighbourhood plan for the area.
Yes, that's correct. It wasn't referenced in the reasons for refusal, but I acknowledge that it's since been the subject of a local referendum and adopted, yes.
So you're not aware of any implications at this stage of that neighbourhood plan on the...
I am aware of the relevant policies, yes, and I consider it to be in accordance with those policies.
But those policies are not yet referenced in any of your evidence?
No, they are not referenced in my evidence, no.
Okay. The other highlight is there seems to be a reference missing from Sport England and other paperwork. The inspector would have seen on Friday there's a rather big evidence of another sporting activity in the local area, and that is rugby union. There is not one reference to that in any of the paperwork at all. It's not referenced by Sport England. It's not referenced in evidence. In fact, that facility has been available now for 7 years on the Cliffe recreation ground. It is looking to expand into women's teams as well. It does have space constraints in its current area because with the changing facilities, you cannot operate the rugby and the football field together. You can only run one or the other. You can't run them both at the same time because there's insufficient space and there's only changing room facilities for the two teams, the home and away team. In fact, rugby fairly recently they won the silver salver of Kent Rugby Federation award. So they have been a very successful rugby team, and so that sees no mention by any of the sporting bodies whatsoever, and has been a significant enhancement to the sporting provision in the Cliffe area. So at this stage, I don't know whether you've got any comment on that omission.
Sorry, are you asking me to comment or are you asking me a question?
I'm asked, well, that is the question. If you've got any comments, well, it is. We are lacking any mention of rugby.
That's
so,
because...
So what's your view?
Okay. When we talk about the replacement provision, it is a replacement for the APCM recreation ground. No rugby union is played on the APCM recreation ground. Consequently, Sport England did not consult the Kent Rugby Union about those proposals.
Okay. As far as the replacement APCM ground, the replacement to the APCM ground, the new recreation field, you quote a benefit of being able to transfer this over to community use and transfer into Medway Council for the maintenance of that new pitch, new playing field. Is that correct?
That is the current arrangement at APCM recreation ground, and it is proposed that arrangement will be replicated at the new facility.
Yeah, I mentioned that as a question because obviously you do reference in there the issues with the APCM ground regarding the pavilion, regarding some of the pitch maintenance that takes place on APCM. So can you confirm who currently carries out the maintenance on the APCM ground?
No, I cannot. I don't know who Medway Council's contractor is.
Yeah, it's Medway North, but it's effectively Medway Council's responsibility. So they are responsible for the current recreation field, where you have indicated a number of deficiencies in the current APCM ground, and yet suggesting that provision of an alternative replacement facility would be managed by Medway Council and therefore going to be so much better. But that's a statement rather than a question. Let's get round to questions. As far as the accessibility is concerned, there's been a number of discussions about RS87 and the access, proposed access opposite what used to be the Evening Star Public House. Are you aware of the nature of that byway, what its current uses are, and how that might become an access to the new field?
I am. I have walked down it.
And what is the nature of the first bit of the footpath from Church Street to basically the parish council land, the green field bushes? And
it passes between what I understand are two residential properties.
Yes, yeah. Are you aware, therefore, that access road is access to one property and the rears of a number of properties? So access up and down that track is local residents' access to, say, a property and the rears of other properties.
When I walked it, I noticed that cars were parked behind those properties, and I assumed that was an access for those cars, yes.
Yeah, that's correct. They do have the right of access, and obviously that's clearly evident when you see the site. There's tracks where the wheels of those vehicles would go, but there's not much else. So yeah, when there's a vehicle going up or down, there would not be room for any pedestrian walkway. As far as the site is concerned, when it reaches the parish council land, we did observe there is a restriction there at the moment, but you would suggest some permeability would be created between that footway and the new access, the new sports field.
I believe these matters have been addressed by Mr. Hampshaw and by Mr. Tarbert, but the plans are indicative and show that permeability could be created along the public right-of-way, yes.
Yeah, at this stage, obviously, again, it's a statement, but there has been no negotiation with the landowner in that location, so that's not something that's been signed up to or discussed at this
Sorry,
stage.
can I clarify? Are you talking to the north or are you talking to the south?
To the north, the parish council land and the recreation field.
The parish, but that's to the south of the site of the new recreation ground.
South, yes, sorry, yes,
Okay.
south of the site. You mentioned the safety servicing or the tactile paving. Obviously, there are no road junctions anywhere close. Well, I wouldn't say close because that's going to be subjective, but There are no road accesses at the moment at the APCM boundary, so therefore you would not expect any tactile paving. That's right, isn't it?
I think we're possibly straying onto an area that's not in my evidence,
Okay.
but reference has been made to a pathway between houses in the vicinity of the tennis courts that is used by residents to access the APCM recreation ground.
Yeah.
There is no tactile paving in that area.
Yeah, obviously tactile paving did come up, and the other issue was, I don't know whether you're suggesting, again, this may not fall within necessarily your remit, but then whether you're talking about tactile paving on the shared surface of Butway Lane or Higham Road.
I am not talking about that on the shared surface, no.
So there isn't anything there. Okay, there has been evidence given earlier about the issues that there are on the recreation ground, current Cliffe recreation ground next door to the proposed site. In particular, regretfully, over the years, there's been a lot of vandalism because it's not overlooked. And again, the new proposal is something which, again, is behind the houses, is not overlooked. So, again, give you an opportunity to maybe compare and contrast the issues of that versus the APCM open ground and easily visible by people passing up and down the main road.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what the question is.
I was asking you whether you would give any observations on the comparison between the current APCM open site as opposed to the issues we have at the Cliffe had historically over the Cliffe recreation ground, and the fact that it is behind the hall and it's not visible, and that again is the proposal suggested for the new recreation ground.
I have no specific observations on that other than my reference to the Kent Police data on antisocial behaviour in Cliffe.
Right, so just checking there's nothing else. I think I'd mentioned the yeah, that's something that was missing in the assessment of the footway access to APCM from the northeast of Kent, not northeast of Cliffe, I mean, is obviously there is a byway, which we've discussed a number of times, RS84A, which actually stretches from the northeast corner of Cliffe down towards where the APCM ground is. So there is an alternative. You haven't got to go and use Church Street. There is an alternative access which gets you access to that. Would you agree?
There is an alternative access down the eastern side of the APCM recreation ground, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fribbins. Mrs Shorten, are you the questions? Yep.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
You read out paragraph 9 where in your POE opening statement you talk about the site being of at least equivalent, in fact better quality than the existing in a suitable location, etc., etc. You've also alluded to, and it's clearly written in the report in section 2 exec summary, in the main report 1.1.3 and 1.14, what you've considered within your report and your planning to get you to the opinion that this will be at least equivalent, in fact better. Can you please confirm that the list given in section 1.1.3 of your report, which it lists off the sports pitches, etc., that are to be replaced and considered and consulted, are as per that list? So it's natural turf pitches, cricket wickets, macadam surface for tennis courts, cricket nets, and a pavilion.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me.
I'm trying to understand the scope of your report. I believe that question 1.1.3 lists what's being considered in you forming your opinion that this will be an equivalent or better replacement. Is that correct?
Yes, they are the existing facilities. I've assessed that from my site visits, from a review of Google Earth images, both current and historic, and a review of the Sport England Active Places Power database.
Thank you. And in Appendix 2.1, you have a drawing that identifies the site location and proposals. Can you confirm that the two boxes showing are the proposed new sports field and the existing APCM recreation ground, please?
Sorry, whereabouts in Appendix 2?
Sorry, it's 2.1, site, location and proposals, and you highlight two boxes. One is for where you're proposing to put the sports facility, and the other is where the existing is.
So figures 1 and 2?
That's correct.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Sorry. The APCM Sports Ground was awarded Asset of Community Value status on the 14th of April 2022. In section 4.18 of your report, you acknowledge that the existing APCM site is on Medway's register. Can you please confirm what your understanding is of the sport uses submitted for the grounds that led to that award of Asset of Community Value, please?
My understanding is it covers both the formal and informal uses.
So am I correct in assuming that your report only covers the formal uses of the APCM?
Yes, because it is because of those formal uses that Sport England is a statutory consultee.
Right, okay. So it does not include consideration for relocating the informal uses?
Not directly, no.
No. So moving on, when we look at what those informal uses are, the Asset of Community Value nomination includes football for local families, cricket for local families, exercise classes arranged in an informal manner for community groups, children playing, joggers, tennis, non-club football, cycling, general ball games, kite flying and general gathering. Where will they go?
They would go either to the new sports field or to the semi-natural open space, or they could even take place on the playing fields behind the Memorial Hall.
So they're not being relocated to the proposed sports ground that you suggest is equivalent or better than the current APCM recreational ground. They're not part of your report.
They are not specifically referenced in my report, but there is no reason why they couldn't take place on the replacement ground.
But nobody's actually undertaken an assessment to see how that would be managed, controlled, etc., against the information that you've provided in your report.
I have not undertaken that assessment. It doesn't form part of the Sport England policy exceptions.
Okay. Are you aware that about 60 to 75% of the current use of the APCM recreational ground is for that informal use, and that's why the nomination was awarded?
I have read your appendix that has the public consultation survey findings, yes.
Okay. So just to be totally clear, in your report, your focus is the footprint of the existing recreation ground and the footprint of the proposed recreational sports ground.
That would be a fair estimation of my work, yes.
And your assessment considers that the new sports site will be predominantly used as a formal sports ground with a formal arrangement in place, such as the management user agreement that you've recommended for those formal sports.
Sorry, could you say that again?
So your sports assessment considers that the new sports site will be predominantly used for formal sports as a formal sports ground with formal arrangements in place such as the management use agreement that you've suggested or the fields in trust agreement.
I'm not quite sure what the question is. That sounds like a statement.
I'll break it into two. So you've confirmed that it's going to be used as a formal sports ground. That's a yes.
It will be used for formal sport, yes.
Yeah. And that there will be a formal arrangement in place, such as the management users agreement or fields in trust that you've suggested in your appendices.
I haven't used the expression management users agreement. I've used community use agreement,
Sorry,
which is a
apologise.
standard Sport England document, something they referenced in their proposed conditions.
No, sorry, I agree. It's community use agreement. excuse my
The
terminology.
Fields and Trust
sorry.
document is not a management arrangement. It is something that secures a site
Yeah.
for community use in perpetuity. Fields and Trust do not take an active role in the management of the site.
Okay, thank you. Would you say that it's a fair assessment that nowhere in your report you consider the informal uses and a subsequent move to the SNOS area, as shown in drawing 7.1 of the design and access statement provided by the appellant?
Yeah, I would agree that's a fair assessment, yeah.
And when you consulted with the 3 sports governing bodies that you refer to in Appendix 4, were they made aware of the reasons or the current uses of the existing APCM site for recreational cricket and similar, or the asset of community value nomination that sits on the site as it stands?
They were not made aware of the informal uses. I don't recall receiving your proofs of evidence with the consultation exercise information in it when I made that contact. And I did not specifically raise the issue of the asset of community value because I didn't consider it to be of relevance to the discussions with the governing bodies.
So it would be fair to say that the letters of support that you've received relate specifically to whether or not the quality of the sports pitch, tennis courts, will be better than one that's been there since 1951. So it's to do with soil, the finishes. New will be better than old, specific to sports pitches and the sports fields.
That is so the interests of Kent FA, for example, and Kent Cricket will be in the quality and condition of the playing fields as facilities for formal sport and physical activity, hence why I consulted them on those matters, yes.
And you're not aware, because your report does say that this is about an equivalent to the existing APCM recreational ground. None of the consultees have been consulted with regards to the informal use, nor have you reached out to any appropriate consultees who would have been able to advise you about the informal uses of this site and whether or not this relocation is equivalent or better.
I have not reached out to any consultees other than those referenced in my evidence.
Okay. So it's safe to assume that Sports England have also not been consulted about the loss of the informal use of the current APCM recreational ground as part of the move to the new site. They're aware of the new sports ground, but not the informal users.
Sports England's role as a statutory consultee relates only to the formal use of the site as a playing field. So no, they haven't been consulted on the informal use.
No, and nobody else has been consulted in the informal use?
No,
No,
they haven't.
thank you. Were you aware that where the informal uses would be relocated?
Sorry, how do you mean aware?
When you became aware that on your visit, when you saw that the APCM site is also used for recreational use very heavily, or when you were given sight of the asset of community value nomination and the list, were you at that point briefed by the appellant on considering where those things would go?
It's not part of my scope.
It's not. Are you qualified to assess the impact of recreational use on areas such as semi-natural open spaces from an environmental or ecological view?
No, I'm not qualified.
No.
Nope.
I'd like to draw your attention to the planning statement submitted by the appellant in January 2022, item 3.23, which outlines the...
Sorry, can I just have an opportunity to call that up, please? Is that in the core documents?
Yes, no, absolutely. So it's the planning statement, January 2022. We'll start with 3.23.
I believe that's core document 1.6.
Oh, good, because I was looking in core document 3 folder and it was empty. So 1.1. Sorry, could you repeat that reference,
Sorry,
please?
3.2.3 of the planning statement.
Yeah. What's the document reference?
I believe it's 1.6.
planning statement. 3.23. Sorry. Oh, sorry, 3.23.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty accessing it on the shared drive. I was going in via the council's shared drive, the OneDrive, yeah. I can try it via the planning portal instead. Sorry, the planning statement. I'll try and find it.
Pardon? It's not. There will be a few. I just need to reference a couple of cross documents to get to set
So it's
the
saying
scene.
this document is unavailable. Could someone help me out with a printed copy? Yeah, I just tried to, but... Thank you, Andrew. Sorry. Yep, okay.
Sorry, it'll be me that's lost my thread now. Sorry. So 3.23, to the west of Cliffe, immediately adjacent to West Street, a large area of semi-natural open space is proposed, equalling 9.22 hectares in total. The open space will provide amenity provision for the existing local community and new residents and contribute towards local ecology and creation of habitats. It will also act as a landscape buffer to the protected nature area located to West Street. Sorry, and then can I refer you, please, to updated illustrative master plan SK01 that forms one of, so it's, is it CD 2.5.1? It's the the updated.
What's the number on that one, sorry? The drawing number?
I've got SK01, but sorry, we're just trying to check it against the...
Is it... Transport, yeah. Okay.
So is CD2...
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got that one. Okay.
Could you... Oh, sorry, have you got it open? I need to make sure we've got the right... In case I'm giving the wrong reference, then this will... on that drawing, circle 9. Can you confirm...
I think I'm looking at the wrong one, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah, so what's it on the number? Okay, that's fine. We can move on to the environmental statement, volume 1, the updated June 2022. We're just... Sorry, I referenced it for the application. 2.10.
So
Sorry, you can tell I haven't done this before. I thought I'd done really well here, referencing.
Which part, sorry?
Sorry, 4.19.
Sorry, within, because the...
Volume 1, June 2022.
And which page, sorry?
It's item 4.19.
where it says to the west of the western
That's it.
residential land parcel.
Thank you. So to the west of the western residential land parcel, a large area of semi-natural open space is proposed, 9.22 hectares. This large area of open space will allow for ecological enhancements and be public accessible to existing and future residents within the village, enabling them to use it for recreation, dog walking and general access to the countryside as discussed in Chapter 9. Now, within the appellant's planning proof of evidence, on page 24, there is a statement in item 7.3 that says, I consider the proposed development would provide for the following key benefits. Section F states, in addition to that, creation of approximately 9.22 hectares of semi-natural open space for recreation purposes for new and existing residents. Within the proof of evidence, the reference to the ecological enhancements aren't included. Are you familiar with the ecological aspects of the development site included within the environmental statement, etc., especially relating to the SNOS that's now being suggested for informal sports use?
I am familiar with them, but on a non-technical basis, and they don't form part of my scope or my evidence.
Okay, so your evidence literally covers the 35% of use for the current recreational ground that is for formal use, and you have not considered the SNOS area at all for the other 65% that will be relocated.
Sorry, 65%, you mean 65% of use, not 65% of the area?
The informal use, the largest proportion of uses for the current recreational ground. So you haven't considered where that's being relocated at all. You're just aware, based on what the appellant's told you, that it will go to the SNOS.
I have not considered the relocation of informal uses directly through my evidence.
And none of the sports advisors have either, and nor have appropriate sports advisors.
Can you clarify what you mean by appropriate sports advisors?
People that can advise on whether or not a SNOS should be used for football, cricket, throwing balls, frisbees, running.
I'm not sure who would advise on that, but I would also like, I think it's quite clear that the relocated sports facilities could support those informal sports uses, as could the playing fields behind the Memorial Hall.
But your assessment considers whether or not the replacement is equivalent or better than the existing, so surely it needs to be considered to come to that opinion that it is better or equivalent if you've missed 65% of the use.
No, it doesn't need to consider that because the Sport England policy exception and the NPPF do not require it to.
When we're looking at formal sports but not informal uses.
Its protections under Sport England's playing fields policy are because of its formal sports uses.
Mm-hmm. So nobody's considered the informal use because it's not a requirement of Sports England?
They have not been specifically considered, but those uses could be accommodated elsewhere within the village.
Yeah. But it's suggested that it will now be on the SNOS, and there have been, within your remit, no surveys, no investigations of the ecological impact of that on what has been included within Regulation 25, the environmental strategy, etc., as a buffer to protect the ecology.
I am not an ecologist.
No. Moving on to access, the appellant's design and access statement and parameter plans show the access and egress routes for the proposed APCM sports ground for vehicles and pedestrians. Yes. And your report obviously references your opinions on the suitability of the access aligned to the replacement sports ground. Your Appendix 10 considers a drawing that we hadn't seen before the planning inquiry that shows 3 points of access and egress across RS 87 into the sports ground. And whilst illustrative, can you confirm that your opinion has been formed either by the directions shown on that drawing or by the straight line route that crosses from Church Street to out on the full arrow pointing across in a straight line if you travel RS 87 and there's no points of access along it, essentially, other than those there now?
Sorry, my opinion of what? Sorry.
Your report, your opinion that you've given on access in your report, does it consider the movement directions that are shown on Appendix 10, which suggests removal of hedges from the adjacent recreational ground at 3 points, or does it consider the original application drawing where the route is a linear walk through from Church Street out towards in the Salt Lane direction?
It's an illustrative plan. Really all I can say.
Sorry, but you have commented on the suitability of access, so there must have been something that you used to direct your opinion in terms of the access via RS 87.
It's within the context of the proposed improvements to a public right-of-way and the ability of the landowner to create access through onto its own land to the north. It could make that access point anywhere along that path.
If you were to leave the hedge line that's owned by the parish council in situ and open up the party boundary is that what you're suggesting?
Well, that's the parish boundary is to the south, is my understanding, and have I got that wrong?
Yeah, so it's a 2-line hedge either side of RS 87.
Yep.
If we're facing...
Getting into controversial territory, the RS 87 runs along the northern boundary of the parish council. The right-of-way runs along the very northern boundary of the land, so that's shown on the plans.
The land registry title deeds show it actually within the footprint of the parish council's owned land. That's not to say we can't do anything to improve it, but it does show that it's in the ownership of the parish council.
The land underlying the right-of-way is in the title of the parish council.
Yep.
The right-of-way runs up alongside the boundary of my client's land.
Sorry,
The right-of-way borders the Tremport land. So I'm not sure whether
suggesting that doesn't. I'm asking when you propose the cut-throughs, obviously that would need to be in agreement with the parish council, but are you saying that you refer to the illustrative drawing?
That's the point. It doesn't necessarily need to be with the agreement of the parish council. That's your assumption, but that's not. It doesn't matter for the purposes of this inquiry because we're not currently proposing that, but as a matter of law, we're entitled to take access to the right-of-way if it borders our property.
I don't think anyone's disputing that. I'm trying to understand that when the opinion was formed, where you thought the access would be to lead to that opinion.
Okay. Quite clearly, in my Appendix 9, I have assumed that the access is at the bottom right-hand corner of the proposed playing fields. Quite clearly, I've done that, because it shows it in my Appendix 9. However, as I stated earlier, even if you were to take that access down to the bottom left-hand corner, it would still be within the 1,200-metre Fields and Trust walking distance.
Okay. So you discussed with the Parish Council Rule 6 questioning about the access from Church Street to RS 87. You went on to discuss the design out crime and Kent Police recommendations. And obviously, you'll be aware that there's been a number of concerns raised about people feeling safe and what that access looks like. Whether it be for an informal user coming to the site or a former, do you stand by your opinion that it's a safe route to push people up essentially an alleyway into an area that is waste ground used for vehicle parking? When you read that in line with the recommendations made by Design Out Crime?
I stand by my statements, yes.
I just want to refer you to the two documents that are referred to in the Design Out Crime recommendations, which is SBD Homes 2019 and SBD Commercial 2015 guidance. They have very, very clear advisory guidance that sit with footpath design and...
Have you got references for those, please?
Sorry, so it's in the Design Out Crime response that the appellants submitted, and they're the two main documents that are referred to in that letter. They give a list of bullet points, but they say refer to the two documents, which is, SBD Homes 2019 and SBD Commercial 2015 guidance.
Have you got core document references for those, please?
It's the Design Out Crime letter, sorry.
In the core documents or in evidence?
In
proofs?
the appellant's core document.
Right.
It will be one of their core documents. It's not our letter, sorry.
Thank you. Whilst we're finding it, it's probably worth just pointing out that obviously your evidence doesn't extend to the Design Out Crime.
No.
We have talked about sort of access, but it's quality of pictures, so if you feel you can't answer the question,
I'll be
please
honest,
do
if
so.
it's a specific question about Design Out Crime, I'm not qualified to answer that question.
But we'll hear the question and see if you're happy to answer it. If not, not a problem. Have we found it? I'm looking at you, Mr. Diffie. You seem to be the oracle for core documents.
So they haven't embedded what the guidance is. They've quoted the guidance to be used. It's in the main body of the Design Out Crime response that was issued to the appellant from Kent Police. Yeah, it's actually in their letter.
So a consultee response?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Bear with me. Sorry, I've got to scroll back up. Yep, SBD, B for barrow. Of all the words. Yeah, secure by design.
Okay. Yes, I've got them all, but they're all in one document. Is it possibly worth just saying what your question will be? Because this is probably a
Yes,
moot point if
I can read the
if
two
Mr.
points.
Grady can't answer it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Mr. Grady in the report does comment on safety, security. You reference Kent Police statistics. And And one of the concerns is that this will feel less safe. And generally, the proof of evidence reports that there isn't an access issue here. Just drawing your attention to the article, because there's two documents, they both say quite similar, but if I read, say, the commercial one, which actually the sports ground would fall upon, there is a section 9.1 that falls within footpath design, and it actually states they should be well overlooked and integrated. Unsanctioned direct routes such as underused alleyways, shortcuts, and a large number of minor access points can create hiding areas and an anonymity for offenders. 9.2 goes on to say public footpaths should not run to the rear of and provide access to units, rear yards or neighbouring buildings, as these have been proven to generate crime. And then 9.3 says, such routes in the past have proven to facilitate crime, hence they must be straight, wide, well lit, avoid potential hiding places, and be overlooked by surrounding buildings and activities. Would you suggest that RS 87 from Church Street, the main entrance of it, actually complies with that guidance?
I'm not familiar with the guidance. I don't feel comfortable answering your question on that subject.
Thank you. So what guidance did you use in considering that this was safe access?
I don't think my evidence specifically addresses the matter of safe access. I talk about antisocial behaviour in the round.
Yes, but you do assess the suitability of the access to the sports ground.
Yes, with reference to the Fields in Trust 1,200 metre access standard.
Okay, so just to be clear, for me, sorry, you only deem it suitable based on the distance travelled to the site from the residential units in the village of Cliffe. You don't review it against design out crime advisory guidance?
No, I don't.
No, thank you. We're going to have another number problem. So I was going to refer you to the proof of evidence 6 from, that's our proof of evidence, sorry, the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group. It's not? No. Okay. Yes, thank you. Sorry. And it's Appendix 9. I'm not entirely sure of the relevance now that it's been confirmed that the assessment for the sports ground hasn't considered road safety or design out crime, nor has it considered 65% of the use. But I did just want to draw your attention to the visuals that show the walkthroughs from Buttway Lane to the proposed sports ground, then through the public right-of-way from Church Street. Sorry. So in my printout, it says starting at page 80. Yeah, there's a picture of Buttway Lane. Yep. So this is a walk-through from Buttway Lane. Obviously, you can see there's no public footpaths. There is a small area of footpaths at the midpoint of the houses. You can also see, though, as you walk down Buttway Lane, that it's predominantly bungalows and single-storey dwellings, except for at the beginning of Buttway Lane and at the end of Buttway Lane, where there's 2 Edwardian properties. We then look at the entrance to the public right-of-way from RS 87, where there's no pavement on drawing 1 or around that area as you move from the road onto the public right-of-way between the 2 houses. And you can see where the pavement is. It's a small area of pavement in drawing 30, in photo 32, page 87 on my walkthrough. on the opposite side of the road.
Could I just clarify what your question is? Because obviously we've been through these
Sorry.
photos as part of the evidence that we've heard previously.
Sorry.
And Mr Grady's confirmed that in terms of location, he's looked at it in terms of distances. So I just wonder sort of where the question's going on this, just mindful of time. Thank you.
Having considered the visuals clearly showing the limited footpath, increased vehicles likely to the Buttway access or the proposed sport field, RS87 and Higham Road, do you think these are suitable routes to access the sports ground? Is there a primary access route otherwise that you would identify that is the one that you've deemed to be a suitable access?
That's not Mr Grady's evidence, I'm sorry. His location issue is only in terms of distances. It's the highways witnesses that dealt with the actual suitability of the roads themselves.
Sorry, okay. Just one more thing on access. You've relied on Fields in Trust benchmarking for the access, and in your first cross-examining, there was reference to walking distance drawing 1 in your report. So you've got walking distance 1 and walking distance 2 and walking distance 3.
In my appendix 9?
Sorry, yeah, in your appendix, sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Number 1. So walking distance 1 is from North East Cliffe to the proposed playing fields. You then compare this to walking distance 2, which is the walking distance from from the northeast of Cliffe to the existing sports ground. Is there a reason why you ignore RS84 that would actually reduce that walking distance down to approximately 1,090 metres as opposed to your current figure that actually means that it no longer fits within the boundaries of the Fields in Trust area of derogation? RS84 is the footpath that runs from Chancery Lane all the way through to Cooling Road. Can you go back to drawing 1, please?
It was taken from a Google Maps calculation.
So your assessment's incorrect?
It doesn't include RS87.
But your comparison between the route that it would take to get to the existing as the proposed is incorrect then, because you've not relied upon the quicker route in drawing walking distance 2.
It takes a different route, correct, yes.
Well, no, it takes a route that takes you over the Fields in Trust guidelines, whereas the route that we're proposing or we've suggested should have been considered is 1,090 metres. Therefore, it doesn't increase itself above the threshold set by Fields in Trust.
It doesn't take that route. I haven't measured the distance, so I can't comment on the distance.
But if you were to take that route and it were to reduce it to 1,090, the route from the northeast to the existing APCM is no longer outside of the Fields in Trust guidelines and comparable to walking distance 1.
The
Is that
guidance
correct?
is 1,200 metres. If it is 1,090, that would be below the 1,200 metres, yes.
Yeah, so your statement where it exceeds the Fields in Trust is actually incorrect if you take the direct route that's widely known by the villagers.
That would be a fair assessment if I have got that wrong, yes.
Okay. Moving on to natural surveillance. Is the design and access statement in there? Sorry, I'm referring to CD 1.5, please. And 2 of 6.
Is that the design and access statement?
That is, thank you. And it's section 4 and drawing 4.1.
that the summary opportunities and constraints?
That's it, thank you. Thank you. Can you look at the proposed APCM sports ground site, please? Which is northwest
On this drawing?
on this drawing.
Yep.
Can you confirm that it has a label that has been put on there by the appellant's advisors that states visually enclosed, please?
Yes, it says that, yep.
Thank you. Obviously, when I looked at your previous experience, it does include specialist work for both informal recreation grounds, etc., as well as formal sporting experience. That's correct, isn't it?
Not on the design of them, no.
No, not on the design, sorry. But are you aware that visually enclosed spaces in informal and community recreational facilities increases the risk of antisocial behaviour?
I think we're straying out of an area that's not within my scope on this project.
Sorry, yeah, I must remember that this hasn't included 65% of the users. Sorry. Can I refer you to Appendix 17 of the Cliffe and Cliffe Woods Residents Development Group, Proof of Evidence 6, please? Sorry, 17.
Is that the lines of vision?
Yes.
My appendices have page numbers. I don't know if that is a particular page you want to go to.
Sorry, I will have a look.
Thank you.
I've got page 193, if they've all printed the same.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, this is the location and proposed APCM sports ground, and it's the assessment that was carried out to look at lines of vision. Thank you. You said that you've visited the site. Have you reviewed this proof of evidence?
Yes.
You have. You've suggested in your report that the lines of vision are of equal or better than the existing APCM. This report...
Sorry, where have I said that?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Where's this thing? Written it down where it says it. It's not in there. Sorry. Have you got this PLR? So you actually, sorry, you actually word it will be not materially different.
Where do I say that?
4.2.1, I believe it is. I think it's, no, 4.2.22, but on the second page. Is that right? 4.2.22, yeah, on the second page.
Sorry, could I have the paragraph number, please?
Sorry, it's page 25 of your report.
Yeah.
And it's paragraph 4.2.22, but it goes into the following page, so you won't be able to see the heading. It's at the top of page 25, though. So it's the very last bullet.
Yeah, it's not
It
materially
says-
different to the existing. Yep.
Yep, in terms of. Yep. Okay. So having visited the site and the existing sports ground, when we go to the existing sports ground, you'll see that from Church Street, there is a pavement outside that runs the full length of the existing recreational ground. It has a fence that's no higher than 1.2 metres. It's wire mesh with clear lines of vision across the whole site. Can you, informing the judgment of it not being, how's it worded, materially different, what's the comparable that you've used on the new sports ground to those lines of vision?
I think the net effect of it will not be comparably different, will not be materially different. I don't perceive there to be an issue with, likely to be an issue associated with antisocial behaviour and the site of the new sports facilities.
For when it's being used formally?
For when it's being used.
Okay, but it is being used formally, isn't it? So your assessment has been about the formal use, so when being formally used.
My assessment is on the basis of its use.
But it's
There
use.
is nothing to stop anybody using that site for informal activity, but it has not formed part of my assessment against the Sport England policy exceptions and the MPPF and so on.
But in terms of natural surveillance and it not being materially different, what's the comparable that's led you to that?
The proximity to housing.
The proximity to housing,
Yes.
not the fact that there are people that can walk upon a footpath the full length of the sports ground and look onto it.
There is not going to be a footpath along the full length of it along a main road. There will be access to it from a number of points, including the public right-of-way.
Yeah, and it will be visually enclosed.
That's what the plan says, yes.
Yes, thank you. Can I refer you to Appendix 6, please? You've included...
Appendix 6 of what?
your proof of evidence.
To refresh my memory, that's...
That's your community use example agreement.
Yep.
The example that you've given is in relation to a school. So obviously we totally recognise this is not the draft agreement for the new proposed sports field. But the example that you have given, it does give definition 2 about community use, means use of the sports facility by the local community, including organised sports, clubs, organisations, and for casual use. When you undertook your assessment, in light of the formal use that it's being considered for and that the Sports England and et cetera, have advised upon, what led you to think that this agreement would be a suitable agreement to protect the community, hours of operation, etc.?
Because Sport England required one in their recommended conditions.
For
And
the
this is
formal use?
No, it's
No.
for community use. It is a community use agreement. It's a standard template document taken from Sport England's website. It would be finalised and refined to reflect the specific conditions of this site as part of the reserved matters process.
Okay.
It is merely an example of the document. It's the standard document and the starting point for all community use agreements.
Okay. But your report focuses on the formal use and nobody's actually investigated the informal use on the SNOS or similar?
I don't think that's
Mr. Johnson, I
relevant to
have
the
got
community use
points
agreement.
about
Sorry,
the informal, and so we don't need to keep returning to that.
And I just want to refer just one further point on that with the Fields in Trust work. Their actual work within the documents that is in your Appendix 7, the Fields in Trust.
Yes.
The purpose of their work is to protect green spaces. It says protect. Green spaces are good, do good, and need to be protected for good. They are not pleasant, nice to haves to be taken for granted. They are the green hearts of communities. I just want to check that have you spoken to Fields in Trust, or have you collected obviously relevant information advised by Sports England, but have you spoken to them?
Sport England or Fields in Trust?
Sorry, Fields in Trust.
Not about this specific project,
No.
but I've worked with Fields in Trust on other projects.
So, oh, you have worked with them, that's good. So Fields in Trust aren't aware of the existing sports ground or the value of it to the community?
It is not protected by a Fields in Trust deed
No,
of
no,
dedication.
no, I'm not suggesting it is, sorry, but
So
they
that's relevant, sorry, that's why I wanted to say that.
Okay.
They are not aware of it because it is not protected by them.
No.
There are some sites within Medway that are.
Yeah.
This is not one of them.
But it's quite possible that Fields in Trust would protect the existing recreational ground if it wasn't proposed for development by the owners.
I can't comment on that.
With your experience of Fields in Trust and the projects that you've worked on, have any been similar to the existing recreation ground?
I've worked on comparable projects to what is proposed as part of this development, where a playing field site has been developed and the new site will be protected by a Fields in Trust deed of dedication.
So
I've
you
worked
have,
on projects exactly the same as this.
yeah, but you have
Fields in Trust have no role in the current site.
no. But have you worked on sites similar because you've fully surveyed the existing APCM? Have you worked on similar sites with Fields in Trust where it's an existing sports field and recreational ground?
I have worked on sites that are protected by Fields in Trust deed of dedication, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we've established, sorry, I was actually going to ask some more questions about Sports England, but I think we've established that they've reviewed the formal replacement, not the informal. So I'm not going to cover that off now. Sorry. Okay. You'll be pleased to know these are the closing questions. Our concern as a group has always been the replacement of the sports ground in its entirety. And I think what's become apparent within this conversation is the reason for refusal 3 and the recommendations that this is of better quality actually doesn't consider a large number of the existing uses, where they will go. So it would be impossible to form a judgment based on the research that's been carried out today and the evidence that's been provided to ascertain whether or not the replacement of that informal is as good or inferior or more inferior, of better quality. I think, and just...
That's not a question, it's a submission, one we disagree with.
Sorry, I'm just about to ask the question, though, that links to that. If you were considering, with the information presented to you as part of your assessment, the whole of the APCM's current uses, would you say that when factoring the informal use as whether and the formal use, you would still be able to present that the net result for the residents of Cliffe is better?
If you look at the totality of open space provision within Cliffe, both existing and proposed, it is my view, my opinion, that the facilities following delivery of the development will be materially better than they are now. Yes.
Materially better, but you're not qualified to confirm that the informal use on the SNOS would have an ecological impact or not?
I am not qualified to talk about the ecological. I am talking about the existing memorial fields behind the Memorial Hall. I'm talking about the sports facilities that will be delivered to the north-west of the village, the new facilities, and we are also talking about the semi-natural open space. They need to be considered if you are to do so, but not necessarily by me, need to do so considered in the round. My focus is primarily on the formal sports uses, but the playing fields behind the Memorial Hall and the new facilities could be used for informal activity. And on my visits to the sites, the APCM site was relatively quiet. The Memorial Hall playing fields were quite busy with informal activity. Now that is a relatively small sample size, probably not at all statistically valid. But in my experience, both sites are used for informal activity.
So what you've just suggested, though, alludes to the reasons why we were granted the Asset of Community Value nomination, the large area of informal reasons actually moving to the recreational field that already exists in the village that people choose not to use because it's not overlooked.
I haven't alluded to that. I can only say that in my visit to the playing fields behind the Memorial Hall, they were being used for informal activity.
Mm-hmm. But this reason for refusal actually considers the difference between the existing sports ground and the new, doesn't it?
It refers to policies, and it refers to how the proposals comply with those policies. In my view, the proposals comply with those policies.
Okay. But because we haven't got the information that sits with the semi-natural open space potential users, it means that we can't actually state that this complies with MPPF paragraph 84, 92, 98, or I believe it's L3 of the Medway local plan, because we've only factored about 35% of the users in the relocation assessment. Thank you. Unless you want to answer.
There wasn't a question, so no, I've got nothing to say.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Shorter. Thank you, Mr. Grady. If you just bear with me 1 second, I think my questions have been covered. Everyone's been very thorough this week, not leaving me with anything to ask. Just bear with me a second. No questions from me. Are you happy to go straight into re-examination?
Of course.
Before we take a break, is that fit okay with you?
Absolutely. Of course.
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Just check I've got the...
Thank you, Mrs. Strong.
Yeah, I won't be long. Mr. Grady, first of all, some questions from Councillor Fribbins.
I can remember them.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine. Good. He asked you about rugby. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And he was extolling the records of the rugby club and their use of the rugby the playing pitches, I think behind Memorial Hall.
Yes, that's right. I noticed the rugby post when I visited site, yeah.
Yes. And he was, I think it's fair to say, singing their praises. I don't think he was saying anything else, and their ambitions and how well they've done. Just in terms of that, the inspector's been to those playing facilities, I think. And just applying the principles you were talking about earlier about whether you need surveillance of those sorts of facilities for them to be successful or not. Do those recreational facilities require surveillance from a public highway or road, or to be used in the way that Councillor Fribbins has said successfully?
Not at all.
And secondly, I'm not quite sure why he was referring to rugby. You explained that Sport England wouldn't have been consulting on rugby. Can you just explain, are we taking away, affecting, materially harming the rugby pitch provision in Cliffe, its continued provision?
There'll be no effect on the rugby provision at all.
Is there any reason why Sport England or you would therefore need to cover that aspect of an existing facility in Cliffe?
It's not relevant to development proposals.
second line of questioning relates to Ms. Shorter's questions to you. Two topics. The first of which was put to you in a number of different ways, and we came back to it on a number of different occasions. The question of formal sports and informal use of the APCM. You recall that?
I do.
And a user survey referring to 35% use formal and 65% informal, I think was the way it's put on a number of occasions.
Yes.
Yeah. You answered the questions on a number of occasions, and you came back to it at the end. I just want to understand the position. You said on a number of occasions that the informal uses to which she was referring could take place on the proposed sports pitch facilities that we've been discussing to the north. Do you remember that?
Yes, they could, yeah.
I think she gave a number of examples. There was, I apologise if I don't get them, all of them correctly, but there was casual football, casual cricket, cycling even, I think, kite flying, maybe walking, dog walking. And just as a matter of principle, leave aside what else is in the appeal scheme. I haven't understood it, but is it being suggested, and is it the case that you can't carry out those activities on the new facilities we're providing?
It's not being suggested. No, it's not being suggested that this would be a private sports ground. It would still be managed and maintained by Medway.
So is there any reason why any of those uses that she mentioned, including dog walking, of course, and you identified the difficulty of that, but is there any reason why they can't take place on the new facility if people chose to go there?
If people chose to go there, there would be nothing to stop them doing so.
And in relation to those sorts of uses, informal uses, I think there was talk about consulting bodies about them. Do you recall?
I do.
Is there any body, a sports body, to consult on informal use of that kind? Beyond the local community, I suppose we've had consultation.
In terms of consultation of a formal body, no. Not that I'm aware of, and I'm racking my brains to think of one. I cannot think of one. No.
Okay. And I think the concern is, because it was put on a number of occasions, well, you haven't looked at the 65% sort of list of categories. Let's just take as an example, in relation to the answer you gave previously, if I live in Cliffe now and want to walk my dog, and I do it on the APCM, if the development goes ahead, do you happen to know what the opportunities will be from the appeal scheme as a whole to walk one's dog in the appeal scheme land? I mean, we've already talked about the new recreation, sports and facilities, but assuming people chose not to do that.
There will be there will be semi-natural open space, and there will be areas of informal green space dotted around the development that will be linked by pedestrian and other accesses.
Take something like casual football, I think it was referred to, or casual cricket.
Yeah, there will be spaces to do that, yeah. In addition to the multi-use games area, which is located at the Memorial Hall playing fields.
Thank you.
For casual football.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut. And then you were asked about access and egress routes. Do you recall that? I know you're not
I do.
designing out crime and all that. I'm not going to ask you about that. But can I, just a couple of things. Your assessment of walking distances, do you happen to have the the movement parameter plan? To be fair, Madam, you can get this point from any plan that shows public rights of way, but that one does, but there's also in the design and access statement if Ms. Shorter wants it. I just want to,
So the one at 4.1, summer opportunities and constraints, that
Yes,
one?
that's also got the public rights of way, as does the parameter plan. On the parameter plan, they're shown in a thick green line, but on the evaluation document, design access statement, they're shown with a hatched line in a red colour. That may not help you.
No, I'm colourblind, sorry.
So, but on either version, you can work out the public rights away because RS 87 is shown. And I just want to just try and be fair about this, see what you were doing in your proof. Well, he can't, it's colourblind, so it's no. But I hope you can see where the
Not completely colourblind, it's just red and green is a bit of a problem.
No, I know, but it does make it difficult for me to say,
Yes.
refer to the, but, oh, there you have the same problem. It is very unfair when people
There
say
are actually colour schemes you can use that,
are better for it.
yeah.
But anyway, I hope we can deal with this point
I
relatively
can see the
simply.
dotted lines and so on.
Yeah. You did some walking distances, do you remember, based on the FIT guidelines?
Yeah.
And it was said to you, well, you failed to take account of RS 84 to get to the site. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, from the north.
The one that runs to the east of Cliffe. Can you may be able to see, but there is no public right-of-way from RS 84 to the recreation ground.
Based on the plan I'm looking at, it appears to divert east to the north of the existing APCM recreation
Yes.
ground. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The public rights-of-way do not take you. People do, yes, it appears, walk across the field to get there, but there is no public right-of-way to do so. I think it was being suggested that there was to you, so I just wanted
that was
to...
my understanding, and I think it was a basis that, on that basis, there was a 1,090 metre distance.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if one is sticking with the public rights-of-way, does your analysis change?
No, it doesn't.
And just again, just looking at this in terms of applying the same standards, I think the criticism that's been made on a number of occasions is about accessibility to the sports ground on hard surfacing. Do you recall? Mobility and
Yeah, I do recall.
accessing for people on hard surfaces. The inspector will have seen the extent to which there's tactile paving to get to the APCM, but just if you are with a pushchair or seeking to access by way of hard surfacing, is there the ability to do that on, even if you trespass from RS 84 across the corners of the APCM? Is it hard surfaced?
No.
But does that appear to matter to the residents, that in terms of accessing the APCM? I'm just trying to apply the same sorts of standards if they're, when they talk about the easy access to the APCM.
Based on that line of questioning, it appears not to matter to them in this situation.
If, however, you are concerned about people getting to the sports facilities on hard surfaced floor, can I just understand your position in relation to the walking distance? Sorry, I said 3. It's walking distance 2. That's taken, that distance, the 1.4 kilometres, is taken along hard surface routes, i.e. pavement or roads.
Yes.
And on your figure, walking distance 1, one could do that similarly to along Butway Lane.
Yes, Butway Lane is available as well, yes.
Yeah. And again, does that change any of your analysis?
No.
And just finally, you asked about the semi-natural open space. I think I'm not going to ask you about ecology matters or anything of that kind, but you may be aware from the conditions, condition 46 as it was, that the details of the layout of that, public access to it, how it's going to be laid out, whatever might be provided there, is a matter for reserved matters,
Yes.
subsequent approval. Just as a matter of principle in dealing with open amenity space, is there any reason you're aware of that provision in the design can't be made in the 9.2 hectares of space for informal uses that currently take place in 2.7 hectares of the APCM? I just wanted to get the scale of the opportunity in mind.
I think there would be ample opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grady. Thank you, everyone, for your input. So we're at 3:30. We've got one more witness. I propose that we take a 15-minute break before we move on to Mr. Edwards. Just a quick time check. From the initial timings that I was given, I've got an hour and 15 for evidence in chief for Mr. Edwards, and then I've got 45 minutes for the Rule 6 parties. I'm just mindful of the time and that the live stream cuts off at 5. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm getting nods from the back. So it's just a sort of heads up to keep within your timings where possible this afternoon. Okay. So I don't know what I'm looking for. You've not got any timings. They are. So we will. It's now 3:30. We'll adjourn till 4:45. Thank you very much. 4:04 and time to resume the inquiry. Any procedural matters before we go?
Madam, I've been made aware of a list of 10 individuals or so who tried to attend this morning but were unable to do so because the capacity of the room was full. They were directed by Mr. Simon to view the live stream. Unfortunately, weren't able to set that up in another room, but obviously it's been available online. Mr. Simon has the list of names, and I think they've asked him if those names can go to PINS so that PINS has them. So if I just, that will be coming to you.
Yep, that's fine, Mr. Simon. If you send that through to the case officer, then I've got a note of them. Thank you. Okay. So now we've got Mr. Edwards for planning proof of evidence. So, Mr. Strawn, over to you.
Thank you very much. And, Madam, you should have Mr. Edwards' proof of evidence. He's also got some appendices. And I will... Oh, wait.
Beg your pardon, sorry, thank you.
If you can bring it closer to you. I know it's difficult.
There we go. How's that?
Yep, we'll try it and see if it works. So if I may introduce Mr. Edwards to the inquiry. You're Mr. Edwards.
That's correct.
You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You hold a Masters of Science degree in Town and Country Planning from Reading University. You're the former Planning Director of Barton Wilmore from 2008 to 2022, and now Planning Director at Barton Wilmore, now Stantec, as of April 2022.
That's correct. I was former partner, Madam, from 2008 to 2022, and now I'm Planning Director of Barton Wilmore, now Stantec.
You undertake a wide range of professional town planning consultancy work, advising land promoters, national, regional house builders, estate owners, and, of course, public sector clients on a broad range of planning issues, including the residential sector, which is a particular area you have experience and expertise across the country. Prior to joining Barton Wilmore, you were employed between 1998 to 2004 as a planning consultant and then planning director with Charles Planning Associates. And before that, you were a policy planner at Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council for a period of 8 years, and you've got over 32 years of town planning experience.
That's correct.
You are familiar with the appeal site. You've explained how you've produced your evidence. You're also familiar with a number of applications and local plan promotions in the Medway area, and you're very familiar with the prevailing development management local plan and other considerations in this matter, about which you've given evidence in more detail of the rather unfortunate saga of the local plan in Medway.
Yes, that's correct. Madam, I wasn't actually involved with the preparation and submission of the planning application. I've just been involved with the preparation and submission of this appeal. But in terms of my experience within Medway, I am actively involved in various projects across Medway.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Edwards, what I was proposing to do, if the inspector's content with this, is to go to your executive summary and invite you to start paragraph 1. And if you're content, Madam, I've got some supplementary questions. I'm going to try and interweave them as we go through the summary. So paragraph 1, please.
The appeal site is located immediately adjoining the defined urban boundary of an acknowledged suitable settlement for growth. The appeal site is not subject to any national or local environmental designation. It is not a designated habitat site or SSSI. It is not greenbelt or subject to any similar allocation. It is not within an area of outstanding natural beauty. It is not a local green space, and it has not been identified as a valued landscape in respect of the MPPF paragraph 174. The proposed development would not adversely affect any designated heritage assets or those of archaeological importance. That's in respect of footnote 68, Madam, of the MPPF, and is not in an area at risk of flooding or increasing the risk of flooding elsewhere.
Just pausing there, Mr. Edwards. I made some comments about that in opening. those lists of the things that it's not, if I put it in that way, is that a common feature of proposed housing sites in this area or local borough areas generally that need to find housing sites to meet their needs?
No, Madam. In respect of particularly Medway and North Kent and Kent generally and the South East generally, that list indicates a relatively unconstrained site. Could I draw reference to, I did do a footnote, Madam, in my executive summary with regard to environmental designation of an alley. An alley is an area of local landscape importance. Medway does have extensive areas that have been designated an alley, if I can carry on using that acronym. The site is not subject to an alley. This is an incorrect misconception or incorrect reference that was in the officer's report. It's under landscape impact in the committee report. I don't have the page number, Madam, but it is in there. You found it. So the site was reported, and when it was considered by members in terms of being an alley, it is not. And even with it being incorrectly identified as an alley, officers still felt comfortable enough in terms of recommending it for approval. Obviously, there was then the misconception perhaps in members' mind that it was an alley, and it's not. There are other areas across Medway that are designated alleys, and therefore a higher level of protection, if you like, in landscape terms than the present appeal site.
And one other follow-up question, Mr. Edwards, if it's a convenient moment, Madam. The last bullet point, in light of comments we had earlier today from Mr. Hyde, I think it was, who referred to risk of flooding. This is addressed in the committee report. It is the subject of a consultation response, but can you just confirm, Mr. Edwards, what flood risk area this site falls in and whether it is at risk of flooding?
The appeal site is largely, the majority of it is, particularly where proposed development, is certainly flood zone 1, the lowest level of flood risk. There is an area of flood zone 3 just to the north with no proposed development. That's covered, Madam, in the committee report on the preceding page to where the alley is referred to in terms of landscape. And consultation was also taken by the local lead flood authority, the LLFA, and they recommended several points for to be secured by condition. Those conditions have been reflected in the 40 or so conditions that we've discussed on Thursday.
Thank you. Back to paragraph 3, please.
My proof of evidence confirms that the appeal proposals represent an appropriate, high quality and sustainable proposed form of development in response to a confirmed housing need, including much needed affordable housing, which would secure housing delivery of up to 250 new homes. This would include affordable housing delivery of 25%, circa 60 units, the delivery of a community hub, significant provision of public open space, and the replacement and delivery of improved sports facilities.
And just the next paragraph, please.
The proposals will also deliver significant quantities of amenity space for the local community, in addition to the enhanced replacement recreation sports facilities and the new community hub. The proposals are also accompanied by a comprehensive Section 106 agreement of financial contributions, providing more than £2.5 million towards improvements to local services and facilities.
Just a couple of follow-up points, Mr. Edwards. You've identified in your proof and as summarised there both the benefits in relation to housing delivery and then also affordable housing delivery. And you recall in my opening speech, but I also asked Mr. Churchill about this, there is evidence about both the level of need for new housing in the area and also affordable housing. Did I get those figures correct?
You did get those figures correct. I talk about them a bit further on, Madam, in my executive summary, but also separately in my main proof of evidence. Mr. Churchill, I think, incorrectly put the two together, housing and affordable housing, as almost that if you have the housing, the affordable housing will follow. That's very much not the case. As very often you'll be aware, that the requested provision of affordable housing does not always automatically come without question of the exact percentage to be provided, perhaps due to viability reasons, for example. So that's why I've specifically identified it as a separate independent element of weight to be attached to the overall planning balance.
And just taking things forward, you've actually dealt with this in your proof, but it might be a convenient moment to deal that the neighbourhood plan you've covered in your evidence.
I did, yes.
But policy H1, as we agreed with Mr. Churchill, and I think also Councillor Fribbins, of the neighbourhood plan refers to housing on greenfield sites and identifies major development proposals for housing on greenfield sites in the neighbourhood plan area will be encouraged to contribute to sustainable development by including other uses other than housing that are appropriate to the size and location where they don't conflict with other policies in the plan. You'll call that?
That's correct, Madam. The neighbourhood plan identifies the need for greenfield sites to come forward. It also identifies the need for provision of affordable housing to come forward within the neighbourhood plan area as well.
And I don't think there's anything between us and the council. I'm not even sure with Councillor Fribbins that the proposal does, of course, propose uses other than housing, which are dealt with in your evidence.
That's correct. And also accord with the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. And if it's convenient, Madam, can I just pick up on a point that we've sort of just been discussing, Mr. Edwards, in relation to what you've identified, replacement delivery, improved sports facilities, but also significant quantities of amenity space for the local community, and in addition, the community hub. You recall there's been a sort of line of questioning about formal use and informal use from Ms. Shorter of Mr. Grady and the answers he gave.
Yes.
You recall that. Can I just get your comments, Mr. Edwards, as to the overall provision in relation to informal as well as formal use of the APCM and what's on offer from the appeal scheme?
I'm just going to get, I want to refer to the correct figures, Madam, sorry. I believe the existing APCM is 2.7 hectares. And if that provides for, as we've heard, the formal sports provision and also then the informal uses that it offers on an area of 2.7 hectares. The new sports provision is 3.7 hectares, so that in itself is already larger. And as Mr. Grady confirmed this afternoon, there would be no restrictions on that. Whilst its main purpose is for formal sports, there'll be no restrictions on it for other informal activities. But we also have the 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space, within which I as a planner, general planner, I cannot see any reason why you could not provide for a 2.7 hectare area within the 9.2 hectares for informal recreation and all the list of activities that presently take place informally on the APCM, in addition to then the other landscape areas, the ecological areas, the dog walking areas, and so on and so forth, kite flying, frisbee flying, and so on, without conflict at all. We're talking about an area that's 3.5 times the size of the existing APCM. And whilst that has not yet been designed in detail, there were the two conditions, the condition 30 and duplication with 46, where exactly those points can and will be fleshed out in the discharge of those conditions and at the reserve matter stage.
In addition, we discussed this with Mr. Tarbert, I think, previously, Mr. Edwards. There is also the various local areas of play and local equipped areas of play designed as local landscaped areas of play, if you recall, and amenity space in the form of the village green on the Church Street. Sorry, not Church Street. Yes, Church Street. Sorry, Church Street. And the other areas of amenity space within the development.
Yes, Madam. They're particularly, I think it's 1.1 hectares, 1.2 hectares specifically identified on the parameter plan for local area of play, locally equipped area of play, designed in a more informal, more rural form. And as I say, that is readily accessible public open space as well, for exactly, you know, the types of informal recreation that we've been talking about.
Have you heard anything to change your view, Mr. Edwards, expressed in the evidence as to the enhancement, significant quantities of space that's being provided and enhanced provision overall as a benefit to the appeal scheme?
No, Madam, I stand by my conclusions in the section 15 of my proof in terms of I find it considerable weight to be attached to those enhanced sports provisions and informal recreation provision as well.
Paragraph 5 of your executive summary then dealt with the reasons for refusal. Those have now been withdrawn, as we know, Mr. Edwards, so I'm not going to ask you to repeat them. You've explained some of the procedural matters that occurred after the reason for refusal. At 6 and 7, again, those, it's unnecessary to go through those now, bearing in mind what the council's position is. Perhaps you can pick up at paragraph 8, please.
Thank you. The proposed scheme has been carefully considered from the outset and sensitively designed to respect the positive aspects of Cliffe's existing character and setting and to enhance Cliffe and the locality. The appellant's originally submitted design and access statement clearly demonstrates how the proposals stem from a comprehensive and considered study of the village's existing urban, landscape and historic context. The proposed development will bring about beneficial localised change to the surrounding area without any unacceptable adverse effects identified character and appearance of Cliffe nor its historic aspects. The appellant also produced and proposed a design code which Mr. Tarvitt spoke about last week on Thursday to ensure the high quality design principles will be embedded and delivered via the subsequent reserved matters applications. The proposed scheme, as with any development of an existing undeveloped site, will bring about changes to the existing landscape, but these have been properly assessed. Such changes will deliver the significant public benefits that arise from the appeal scheme. With regard to highway and transport matters, and as noted above, the local planning authority has confirmed it has no technical objection, and obviously it has no objection, it has withdrawn that earlier, the perceived objection as well, and therefore it's not suggested that the proposed development will have any unacceptable impact on highway safety, or that the residual community, I can never say this word, Madam, I'm sorry, cumulative, thank you, impacts on the road network would be severe. To the contrary, it's been demonstrated that with proposed mitigation, the surrounding road network and site access will not only operate satisfactorily, but will be improved. We've heard that, Madam, from Mr. Hamshaw's evidence. A package of sustainable transport measures will also facilitate access by means other than the private car.
Thank you. Paragraph 13 and 14 summarise the position in relation to housing, land supply and affordable housing.
Would you like me to read those, Madam?
Yes, please.
The government's objectives to significantly boost the supply of homes is set out at paragraph 60 of the MPPF. At the time of the submission of the application and lodging of this appeal, Medway Council is in agreement that it's unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing. The Council's latest annual housing and land supply statement, and this is from 1st of April 22, which was it produced in December 22, confirms a position of only 3.4 years supply, which is well below the requirement to be able to demonstrate a 5-year supply. Madam, I've highlighted in the main part of my evidence, I question that, but I'm not challenging it because it's such an acute shortfall. And with a recognised need of circa 1,600 dwellings per annum, 3.4 over 5 is still substantial. And so therefore that's why I haven't scratched the surface of that. Medway Council has also continually failed to meet its own identified affordable housing need targets and is in significant need of affordable housing. Medway's lack of 5-year housing land supply has exacerbated this housing shortfall because affordable housing, Madam, as you'll be aware, normally follows on the back of the delivery of market housing. thereby continuing in its failing in meeting the housing needs of Medway's residents. This appeal proposal provides the opportunity to deliver a significant proportion, in excess of 60 units, of much-needed affordable housing, and this is against Medway's own acknowledged need of 870 dwellings per annum of affordable housing. That's his own figures from its latest schma.
Just two other questions for you on that. First of all, Mr. Edwards, there was a representation heard today to the effect that the housing being proposed here should be built somewhere else, some other piece of land. It may not be owned by Trempel, but somewhere else in Medway. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can I just be clear, Mr. Edwards, has anyone identified another parcel of land or parcels of land that should be developed in preference to this, which is more suitable or more available, or any of the other matters?
They haven't, Madam. The committee report covers this quite well insofar as it deals with the lack of, if you like, brownfield sites within the Medway urban area, and it also it also recognises, Madam, then the consequential need of that to A, go on to greenfield land, and B, just because of where Medway is and the quality, if you like, of the agricultural land. Again, it's repeated in the committee report. The need to actually, to utilise best and most versatile agricultural land. That's covered in the committee report, Madam. There's also a helpful paragraph. If I could just give you the reference, you don't need to go to it now if you don't want to. But there is a sort of a paragraph that sums it up quite nicely in a preceding planning appeal. It's CD 9.3. This was a planning appeal decision at Land East Hill, Chatham, for 800 dwellings. This decision was February 2022. This site is within an alley, so it is within an area, countryside, elevated in landscape importance than the present appeal site. Paragraphs 123, 124 and 125, Madam, deal with the loss of agricultural land and the fact that there is Medway's own recognition that it needs to go on to greenfield land because of the lack of brownfield land within and across Medway. That's a reference for you, Madam, that hopefully deals with the agricultural land point as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Edwards, there's evidence before the inspector from Reading Agricultural Consultants on the assessment of agricultural land in evidence.
That's correct.
Yeah. Can I just also, while we're on housing land supply, just deal with this other point? Mr. Churchill, in his evidence, and I asked him about this, do you remember, sought to calculate how much of the scheme could be delivered within the 5-year period. He also agreed it wasn't a relevant policy exercise that was identified in policy. But I then said, even if you were to do the exercise, I questioned him about it. Do you recall that?
That's correct, yes.
Can you just assist the inspector in terms of the points that I put to him? I said that the appellant was a house builder, wouldn't need to find a house builder, as was suggested. Is that right, Mr.?
That is correct. So using Mr. Churchill's own figures, you could take 12 months off of his timescale and thereby adding 12 months worth of delivery. Mr. Churchill referred to 1 unit per week. That's the commonly recognised average, if you like, for private housing. In addition to that, we would have the affordable housing element, which is roughly another 12.5 units, 12 units. So you'd be looking at somewhere in the order of 62 to 63 units. So immediately we have an extra 63 units just from the marketing, the no need to market the site.
And I also challenged him on the sequencing, for example, discharge of pre-commencement conditions alongside reserve matters?
Yes,
And
they often overlap, Madam, that you don't need to do them one after the other. You start and you undertake both in parallel.
And putting just even those elements together, Mr. Edwards, can you just give the inspector an idea of how much, even if it's a relevant exercise, but I just want to understand how much of this, if it were granted permission, could be delivered within the next 5 years, broadly speaking, roughly?
Using Mr. Churchill's own estimations, Madam, in addition to those caveats that I've talked about, I think we'd be looking at in the order of about 160 units out of an overall scheme of 250 within a 5-year period. I've based that on 30 units in year 3 with a slower lead-in time, and then 65 plus 65, giving me 160.
And just, Mr. Edwards, any reason why this developer would want to not proceed or go slow, or that you can think of?
None whatsoever.
And I think there was a further point about Mr. Churchill's assumptions. You've got to 160 units already, but he was also, I think, assuming you would have to deliver the sports pitch facilities before you could start development, and some longer lead-in times. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's why I've got units beginning to be delivered in year 3, because the western parcel could be started with the delivery of houses whilst the new sports pitch is being provided before starting on the eastern parcel. So that, again, that's another area of difference with Mr. Churchill's assumptions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paragraph 15, please.
The development plan. Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 requires that planning applications be determined in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. For the purposes of this appeal, the development plan for the appeal site comprises the Medway Local Plan, which was adopted in 2003, Madam. The development plan, in part, is now increasingly out of date in the context of paragraph 11D of the MPPF, and is inconsistent, in part, with the MPPF. This is reflected, Madam, in various appeal decisions, and also Secretary of State conclusions as well, regarding the status of some of the policies in the MPPF, in the 2003 local plan. And in addition, as the Council does not have an annual 5-year housing land supply position as of the 1st of April 2022, the presumption in favour of sustainable development and the tilted balance in favour of the development is engaged. That's a matter of agreement that was agreed with the local planning authority before the opening of this inquiry, Madam. The neighbourhood plan is likely to have been subject to a referendum by the time of this inquiry and may well form part of the development plan. Obviously, the referendum has happened. I believe it's going to be made, or confirmed as made, tomorrow's full council meeting, Wednesday the 24th of May. But particularly important, Madam, we consider the appeal scheme actually accords with the neighbourhood plan. However, the neighbourhood plan does not provide for any allocations to meet identified housing requirements, and therefore does not comply with criterion B, paragraph 14 of the MPPF. As such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development remains engaged, and the tilted balance in favour of this development continues to apply. In accordance with paragraph 11D, subset 2 of the MPPF, planning permission for this scheme should therefore be approved unless any adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies and the framework when taken as a whole.
And just pausing there, we know that the committee, the officers of the council concluded the proposal was in accordance with the development plan, regardless of the tilted balance. Do you recall that in the committee report?
Yes.
The council members obviously put forward reasons for refusal with specific policies identified. Those have now been withdrawn, and therefore no conflict is as I understand it, being alleged. But just taking that forward, do you remember I asked Mr. Churchill about policies S1 and S2 in the development plan as had been considered elsewhere, and he agreed that there wasn't any inherent conflict with those policies if what was being proposed was sustainable. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And it's now accepted that what is being proposed is sustainable when you look at all the relevant transport measures. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you understand there to be any difference between what you've said and what Mr. Churchill and the Council are now saying about accordance with policies S1 and S2 and the development plan as a whole?
No, I believe we're now on the same page, Madam. In particular, I think this was also reflected in the subsequent, the preceding Gladman application. This is CD 9.8A, the committee report there. You'll recall, Madam, that was subject to a previous appeal, Secretary of State intervention and so on. That does refer to policies S1 and S2, where that was considered to be a conflict with S1 and S2. But that was from the Secretary of State's assessment, and that was in a dismissed appeal, because you'll recall, Madam, that at that time, this package of sustainable transport measures were not in place, and that's why this was then reflected differently then in the subsequent Gladman application with respect to policy S1 and S2, with the package of sustainable transport measures in place. Then weight could be attached and less conflict with S1 and S2, notwithstanding their increasing age in terms of 2003.
Thank you. And there's a lot more detail by way of analysis of the plan policies in your proof, Madam. I'm not going to ask Mr. Edwards to read that. So then we come to the planning balance, please. Paragraph 20, please.
I consider the overall planning effects of this development in my proof of evidence. While the appeal site is not land within a settlement boundary as defined by the development plan, the 2003 development plan, or indeed that of the neighbourhood plan, that development plan, the 2003 development plan I contend is out of date. As noted above, in accordance with the MPPF paragraph 11D2, planning permission should be approved unless the adverse impacts would significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework when taken as a whole. It is clear that there are no such adverse impacts arising from the scheme that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh its benefits. It is also clear to me that any adverse impacts of the type being suggested by the Council or third parties would be minimal in any event as compared with the significant benefits that the appeal scheme would deliver. I consider that the benefits of the proposal would significantly outweigh any of the harms being alleged, even if the tilted balance were not applicable. The key benefits of the appeal proposals include the following. Housing delivery, up to 250 new homes, in a sustainable location where there is a confirmed housing need. Affordable housing at a provision of 25% or circa 60 units. The delivery of a community hub for the benefit of the settlement as a whole. Significant provision of public open space, again benefiting the settlement as a whole. Replacement and delivery of the improved sports facilities in a better location, again benefiting the settlement as a whole, along with the delivery of economic benefits, delivery of social benefits, and the delivery of environmental benefits, including biodiversity net gain, which we've calculated in the order of 20%. Delivery of transport and highway benefits, and also, therefore, the enhancement of the longer-term sustainability of Cliffe as a settlement.
And just pausing there, Mr. Edwards, you cover that in more detail in your evidence, but you've identified something that's recognised in other appeal decisions and planning policy about the increase to the vitality and viability of the settlement by reason of further residents, increased spend, increased activity, and increased community cohesion.
Yes. It's a long-established, recognised consequence, resultant benefit of development, recognised at all levels, Madam, including national government, all the way down.
Mr. Edwards, can I just get you to just comment on this? There obviously, their views have been expressed against the scheme by various people, various contributions. If you take as an example the petition document that was put in during the course of the inquiry, which had been signed by various people, as part of that and in various representations, certain statements have been made about the appeal scheme and what it comprises. So, for example, that petition suggested there would be an adverse effect on air quality, noise, loss of ecology, and matters of that kind. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Are you aware of anywhere where the what you would say are the actual characteristics of the appeal scheme have been identified in those sort of third-party representations to get a view of residents if they knew what was actually being delivered?
I don't believe so, Madam. I think it's unfortunate because there's a comprehensive suite of substantial benefits that have been part of the planning application from the outset, provide for not only a development that consumes its own smoke, so to speak, a development that actually provides for wider social, environmental benefits to the existing community as a whole. And I do fear, and I think it's been learnt during the course of the proceedings of this inquiry, that perhaps some of those benefits and improvements were not fully understood by either the people preparing the petition or the people signing the petition.
24, please.
As the appeal site has no abnormal site constraints, development can also happen very quickly following the grant of planning permission to provide the delivery of much needed new market and affordable homes and the other benefits I have identified. It is therefore respectfully requested that outline planning permission is approved, subject to the list of planning conditions and the Section 106 agreement that we discussed on Thursday.
And just finally, one or two supplementary matters that have cropped up, Mr. Edwards, in the course of the inquiry. Health impacts. You recall the application is supported by a health impact assessment.
Yes.
You recall that? There's been a response to points raised about that. I think criticisms have been made on the basis that somehow the health impact assessment, because it's identifying positive benefits, must be flawed in terms of the number of benefits that's identified. Have you reviewed the document, the HIA, that's been provided?
I have reviewed the HIA document, Madam, yes.
Do you consider any of the criticisms that are made of those judgments to be valid?
I consider I don't consider the criticisms to be valid. I consider the findings and the assumptions within the HIA to remain robust. They were prepared by professional people specialised in this particular field. That was consulted upon by the local planning authority with the relevant bodies, including the health authorities. And it obviously was also reflected, Madam, in the committee report as well. It's important to realise that the HIA covers the proposed development as a whole, including the package, comprehensive package of sustainable measures, the open spaces, the affordable housing, the much needed housing as well, in addition to the suite of financial contributions as well. Also, Madam, just particularly the need for an HIA was scoped out as part of the original request with consideration of 500 units. We're obviously half of that, and yet the applicant, the appellant, still submitted an HIA in order to inform and provide the reassurance in that regard.
Just on that, Mr. Edwards, can we just take an example? I think criticisms made, for example, about what's assumed as to the number of doctors working full-time at the relevant surgeries. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Does that affect the scheme in terms of what it's offering and by way of contributions to healthcare provision as calculated by the primary care providers?
No, Madam, I don't believe it does, because the mitigation that's being proposed is in the form of a financial contribution that has been calculated and requested by the local health providers. So in terms of the number of doctors, whether there was any miscalculation or whatever the exact patient ratio was stated as being, and I don't believe it was incorrect, but the health authority would obviously know the existing true picture. The result would be the same in the form of a financial contribution at a level requested by the local health authority. Also, Madam, it is in this context, it's also worth noting the proposed community hub is being proposed as a use class E. And we've suggested that could provide for a new doctor's surgery and or dentist, because they fall within class use E as well.
Thank you. Similar point about school contributions, but I'm not going to ask you about those. The contribution that's been offered reflects what the Education Authority, Medway Council have requested. Yeah. And just final point, there was mentioned today again about the SPA, the Special Protection Area, and the Ramsar and bird protection. And then there was an RSPB response. Is there any objection to what's proposed in terms of impacts on the SPA, the Ramsar, or the bird populations?
No, Madam, there's no objection from RSPB. And also, it has been recognised and again reflected in the committee report and the consultation responses. The proposed measures in this semi-natural open space area as well will also reduce the impact on the existing, on the wider area by the existing residents and also future residents as well.
Thank you. I've taken that at speed. But is there anything else you want to add, Mr. Edwards, at this stage?
I think I've covered most points. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, wait there. There may be some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strawn. Councillor Fribbins.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. A few points regarding this. I'll start off with probably the easier one for Mr. Edwards to reply. Where in relationship is the current doctor's surgery to the proposed community hub?
Sorry, Mr. Fribbins, can you repeat the question?
Where in relation is the current doctor's surgery to the proposed community hub that you mentioned could be used for doctors and dentists?
It's in very close proximity, diagonally opposite the existing facility.
Yeah, literally a stone's throw, and you would have to have a very strong arm. So, yes, I mean, the conflict of having those two in that area could be an issue. Another statement, Mr. Edwards, was to do with the assertion that this development helps the viability of the Cliffe Village. Are you aware of, have you done any assessment of what community facilities in Cliffe are under any pressure and therefore need to be made more viable?
When we did the site visit, Madam, you'll recall various buildings were pointed out to us where there used to be former retail facilities, former police house, a former public house, and so on. Those have closed, being turned into residential units. That's market forces insofar as if people of the existing village choose not to use those facilities, they will close. Having a further 250 houses, minimum 500 people, an extra 500 people will bring their pound spend, Madam, to that local economy, therefore increasing the viability of those existing retail facilities and also hopefully possibly even some new ones.
Mr. Edwards, I don't think you got the thrust of my question, so I'll restate it again. What pressures of viability would exist currently in Cliffe? I totally agree that we've looked around a lot of things that have closed in the past. We now have the most minimum of community facilities. In fact, the one shop that we do have, which was pointed out to the inspector yesterday, is a one-unit retail store which caters for the needs of Cliffe Village. I'm not sure whether the pressure of actually providing the needs for another 250 dwellings is a positive. It may actually be a negative. So what would your view, again, I'll restate, what actual pressure is there on the community facilities in Cliffe?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mr. Fribbin, sorry, because in terms of the context of the existing retail unit.
Well, I'd say any viability of any community facilities in the Cliffe Village. You are putting this development forward as a way of helping the viability of these. Are there any that are under strain that you feel we are going to get a positive benefit by this development?
Not that I'm specifically aware of, but I'm just looking at the long list of financial contributions towards towards existing community facilities within Cliffe. And I can see financial contribution of £25,000 plus towards existing community facilities. If the line of your question, Madam, I'm sorry if I'm not deliberately misunderstanding, but in terms of if they need to be improved or enhanced, there's financial contributions, Madam, that are provided as part of the 106 to help improve and enhance those facilities.
I think I understand where you're going on that one. My particular mention is obviously a lot of the Section 106 contributions are not to support the current community facilities. They are there to satisfy the need of the increased housing and residents that come to the village. So a lot of those Section 106 agreements are linked to the growth generated by the development. They're not actually aids to generate to support the current facilities. Would you say that was the case?
Madam, my mind turns to the Community Infrastructure Regulations 122, just in terms of the contributions. Any contributions being offered need to be necessary and directly related to the proposed development. The planning system does not exist to simply improve existing facilities without consequence to the proposed development. If that's right, if I'm understanding Councillor Fribbins correctly, Madam, that's what I think he's suggesting.
I think, Mr. Edwards, you're basically agreeing with what I put in the question. Can I refer now to the neighbourhood plan? In a couple of positions, we've had some references to policy H1 a couple of times now. It's interesting. I know maybe I'm touchy about this subject, but after something that's been developed over 8 years, maybe that's the case. Policy H1, people will probably have it in front of them, but it is CD reference 5.7, and there's been a couple of examples now where policy H1 has been read by Mr. Strawn. It appears, and say, it may be me being a little touchy, that a lot of the proposed policy is read out, and then it goes quiet when it refers to including uses other than housing that are appropriate to the size and location of sites, not in conflict with other policies. So what other uses would you say this development is going to bring, Mr. Edwards?
A community hub with the option of variety of Class E uses, Madam. Considerable provision, well, the replacement sports provision of 2.7 hectares with 3.7 hectares in terms of replacement sports, newer pavilion and so on, plus also 9.2 hectares of semi-natural open space, plus improved footways, pedestrian cycleways, along routes that are presently informally used. We walked along one of them ourselves, Madam, on the site visit on Friday. The north-south link, if I can call it that, from Butway Lane down to Higham Road. I think that will be a significant benefit to not just the future residents, but also the existing residents of Cliffe. Plus also, Madam, the comprehensive package of financial contributions to enhance some of those existing public rights of way and so on, but also particularly the package of sustainable transport measures. The opportunity of not just extending the existing bus service, Mr. Councillor Fribbins, of the 133 into the evening that we heard from Mr. Hamshaw, the provision and extension of the Cliffe Woods shuttle, AM, PM peak shuttle to Strood, I think is a considerable benefit to not just the future residents, but also the existing residents of Cliffe, providing them with something that presently doesn't exist for them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards. On the supporting text to do with policy H1, I won't read out the whole one, but just the final sentence. which is related to policy H1. It says this will help to ensure that residents and visitors have access to a range of supporting services and potential employment in the neighbourhood plan area and reduce the need to travel. How would your development match against that requirement?
I suspect the community hub will provide the opportunity for a form of employment. And obviously, if there's then increased footfall, Madam, for the vitality and viability of some of those existing community facilities and or retail facilities, they might well take on additional staff as well in terms of additional employment.
Thank you, Mr. On the proposal in front of us, where would people travel to a post office?
I'm afraid I don't have that information available to me, but I suspect Cliffe Woods.
Yes, well, there is one within a retail store in Cliffe Woods. And how would you suggest people do access Cliffe Woods from Cliffe?
This is a repeated question, Madam, in terms of the questions that have already been put to Mr. Hamshaw in terms of alternatives to the private motor car. I can repeat the same answer if you like, but I think you've already had the answer, Madam, to that question.
Okay, policy H2 of the neighbourhood plan talks about housing infill and makes reference to existing village boundaries, map 2, which is included 2 pages further on within the document. Where in relation to your development is this in regard to the village boundaries as specified in the neighbourhood plan?
Without wishing to get too boring, Madam, for the observers regarding planning policy and planning weight, I've talked about the tilted balance, I've talked about the presumption. It is recognised that such boundaries, in the absence of a 5-year housing land supply, are out of date. And so therefore the delineated boundaries are out of date in that regard in terms of restricting housing development.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Would you therefore recognise or comment that actually the boundaries as specified have significantly changed since the local plan in 2003 and do include a number of housing developments being built and with planning permission?
I note the particular in the vicinity of Cliffe Woods, Madam, the boundary Mr. Fribbins was referring to in the neighbourhood plan, that has been extended to include the present development that's under construction. Without having the 2003 proposals map in front of me, Madam, in terms of Cliffe itself, I'm unsure if there's any particular differences. I'm unsure that there would be.
I can assure you, Mr. Edwards, there are changes, there are differences. The boundary was a lot tighter and did not include these sites that have been added since. So a lot of housing demand has been satisfied by these developments in the last few years. But yes, well, yeah, that's.
I did, Madam, point
out
out that
it's all part of the same neighbourhood plan.
No, well, I drew a distinction because I acknowledge, Councillor Fribbins, that the Cliffe Woods boundary in the neighbourhood plan has been extended and does include the new development that's presently under construction and also recently completed new residential development. I then drew a distinction with that to that of Cliffe, and as I said, without having the 2003 local plan in front of me with regards to Cliffe, I wasn't in a position to do a comparison with the settlement of Cliffe itself.
Thank you for that clarification. Obviously, from my point of view, we are talking about a neighbourhood plan for Cliffe and Cliffe Woods, so total housing provision is all obviously incorporated in the neighbourhood plan. There's a continued reference to the community hub, but obviously at this stage, we have no clarity about what its future use might be, just a very wide range of what it could provide. Is that the case?
That's correct. Blank canvas. I believe part of the consultation, some options were sought, invited, suggestions invited. I wasn't aware of any particular that had been put forward, but and so therefore the suggested list is simply that, Madam, in terms of a suggested list. If outline planning permission is granted, then we would hope to obviously engage with the local community and also local practitioners in terms of what that eventual use could comprise.
Yeah, I know there have been a number of representations about the community hub. Just coming back to the housing supply, obviously the reference to H1 was used in effect to negate NPPF paragraph 14 regarding the 3-year versus 5-year land supply. Earlier we did agree that Medway obviously have not achieved their 5-year land supply, and obviously the local residents are not happy about that because it's brought a lot of unwanted development pressures on the area. But perhaps it's a matter for further clarification whether the housing provision that has been and is being allowed in the neighbourhood plan area would satisfy that need of new housing allocation, in which case the 3-year supply rule would apply. What would be your view on that?
I could give you my view on that. I think it would be a stretch to suggest that residential development that's happened primarily as a consequence of appeals to be an allocation in the context of the NPPF paragraph B, because specifically the neighbourhood plan does not contain policies and allocations to meet its identified housing requirement. It contains policies, and it's also extended its defined boundary to include areas that have subsequently been granted planning permission. I think that's a world apart, Madam, to what the commonly recognised use of the term allocation would be in planning policy terms.
Yes, of course, that would be your view.
And Madam, I did reach that view, and I did talk about the housing land supply position being 3.4. I didn't scratch the surface of that. I could have done, and just in terms of the trajectory, if it is a matter, it's not something that's been made in evidence, Madam. And this, I believe this is the first mention of it during the course of this inquiry. I don't think it's perceivable that paragraph 14B does apply in the context of 3.4 versus 3.
The inspector will know that it was raised earlier in the inquiry. I think it was probably either in my evidence or in cross-examination of my evidence. That particular issue was highlighted. Anyway, that's something that will come out from the inspector's assessment of the information. There is also within the neighbourhood plan policies about the loss of agricultural land policy, Econ Amazon EMP1, which talks about development proposals that result in loss of land classified as agricultural, grade 1s to 3, will not be supported unless there's a proven need for sustainable development, which demonstrates the benefits far outweigh the loss of food growing space in the neighbourhood plan area and its contribution to national food security. Would you say that, or you'd argue that this development does satisfy that need?
I referred, Madam, to previous appeal decisions regarding agricultural land. I referred earlier to the committee report. In the circumstances, it is necessary to utilise best and most versatile agricultural land within the Medway area in sustainable locations to accommodate the housing need.
And finally, Mr Edwards, there is reference again in the neighbourhood plan that certain schemes for road safety and etc. are included, particularly the road junctions in Cliffe Woods, which has always been a bit of a concern. Would you believe that is something that the this development should take on board?
I would refer you, Madam, to Mr Hamshaw's evidence with regard to highway safety. I think that point's particularly been covered, but I would concur with Mr Hamshaw's evidence in that regard.
Yeah, Mr Edwards, I'm not particularly asking whether it conforms with that. I'm asking whether you believe it would conform to the neighbourhood plan policies.
If you can you give me the particular reference, please, Councillor Fribbins?
Infrastructure, policy Infra 7, road safety, the improvement of visibility on the B2000, its junctions with View Road, Tennyson Avenue, Lady Close Avenue, Mortimer's Avenue, Milton Road and Milton to Maryboys Road will be secured through planning obligations for their provision or for financial contributions towards their implementation.
Without having the particular highway elements in front of me, Madam, I don't feel able to answer that.
Yeah, obviously that was an issue that Medway Council raised in their initial, now withdrawn objections. And Infra 8 goes on to say the shortfalls of an additional rugby pitch, a youth-sized pitch, floodlit training, midweek facilities, a 4G pitch, etc. Again, support to provide these facilities will be secured through planning obligations for their provision or for financial contributions towards their implementation.
That's correct. And in ordinary circumstances, if it was just a residential development coming forward in and of itself, 50 units, 100 units, one would expect, Madam, there to be financial contributions towards improving and enhancing existing sports facilities of the like that Mr. Councillor Fribbins has just referred to. In terms of the proposed scheme, we're making alternative measures in that regard in terms of the replacement sports pitch and so on, in addition to financial contributions for such measures as well.
Thank you. I mean, the summary of that situation with the neighbourhood plan and the contention of the Cliffe and Cliffwoods Parish Council is insufficient consideration of all the policies in the neighbourhood plan. There's no evidence that have been fully considered and therefore addressed in the development. Now, I can understand the issues we have around the timing, and it has been inconvenient. It's something that was raised at the very earliest case meeting that we had about this application, that things were in flux, and obviously you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be submitted earlier. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Edwards, if you think the development would warrant a more robust assessment of the neighbourhood plan policies.
Question on a full spaces, Councillor Fribbins. Can you just turn to Mr. Hamshaw's evidence, which you've just been asking about Infra 3, 5 and 7. Page 9. Just to be clear. I mean, you're asking Mr. Edwards about this rather than Mr. Hamshaw, but I mean, I'll take a technical point about that. But the draft Cliffe and Cliffwoods neighbourhood plan is assessed in terms of the infra policies in his evidence, and he assesses compliance with them, including the contributions being made, transport improvements identified. Through to 2 pages of it, 2.2.8 through to 2.2.16. So when you make the assertion that the neighbourhood plan policies haven't been assessed because of the timing, this is not right. You didn't ask any questions about that of Mr. Hamshaw, but I just don't understand why you're saying that.
Well, Mr. Strawn, I've just raised a question to Mr. Edwards, whether he feels
if I may, Madam,
development warrant a more robust assessment.
If I may, Madam, I'd also direct Councillor Fribbins to my Appendix 1 and my Appendix 2 of my proof of evidence, in which I do identify the most important policies in the determination of this appeal, including schedule of the neighbourhood plan policies that are relevant to this appeal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Yeah, there was an issue raised before about the report that went to the planning committee members that referred to the neighbourhood plan, which obviously didn't have full weight at the time, but only, well, I use this term advisory, cherry-picked a couple of policies, but certainly did not address the full weight of the neighbourhood plan, which maybe it shouldn't have done at that time because it didn't have full weight, but
I know
it's something that now does.
I know it won't provide you with much reassurance, Councillor Fribbins, but I certainly did consider the neighbourhood plan policies and also the full weight, knowing that the referendum is probably going to be, the neighbourhood plan is probably going to be made in approximately 24 hours' time. So I did have full regard to the neighbourhood plan in my consideration and overall balancing exercise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Councillor Fribbins. Is it Mr. Smith or Mr. Smith? Over to you then, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
fairly small set of questions today in light of Medway Council pulling out. We was kind of hoping they were going to do the bulk of the heavy lifting with this one. So you'd be pleased to know it's a smaller section of questions than Mr. Fribbins. Within the Medway strategic land availability assessment, can you confirm if the development site has ever been identified as a potential site?
Madam, I think there is reference. I don't reference it particularly in my proof. I know it's referenced and assessed in the planning statement that was submitted as part of the application. I think, Madam, you will be aware, and certainly Mr. Smith is aware, that the SHLA considered at the time the larger scheme that was being considered previously of 500 units. And I think it was considered, but there was a couple of concerns regarding landscape heritage. I can't remember the other one, Madam, but the scheme of 250 units, the presently proposed scheme, is not within the SHLA, no.
And we discussed earlier in your evidence about whether other sites had been considered, whether they'd be Trentport owned or not for this particular development. So would it be fair to say that the SLA would identify potential sites that of alternative use, or we could place this development in those alternative sites rather?
I think, Madam, the question was put to me in context of brownfield sites. I'll stand corrected if that was the case. But in respect of other greenfield sites, there are indeed other greenfield sites in the SHLA and across the Medway area that are suitable and are being considered suitable, mostly via planning applications at the moment because the local plan has stalled and going back to the 4th version of its Reg 18 plan. In the context of an annual need of circa 1,600 dwellings per annum, with the acute housing shortfall that there is, those sites and more will need to be provided for. And that is what the emerging local plan was trying to grapple with. And now, Madam, going back to the 4th version of the Reg 18, we'll grapple with again in the context of trying to find suitable, developable sites for housing development.
And have you undertaken your own assessments as to whether you think there is sites locally available that would provide a better alternative location in terms of reduction in terms of agricultural land being of a lower grade or better transport links?
Madam, the committee report, I keep on referring to the committee report, sorry, but it was a very thorough committee report, particularly with regard to the agricultural land point, because it's a recurring item in the Medway area, because the vast majority of agricultural land within Medway falls within the grades of best and most versatile. And so therefore it is an issue that is often grappled with and is understood by officers and more often than not by members. And indeed, Madam, the reference to, we did have 4 reasons for refusal, which I always thought were slightly challengeable in terms of their robustness. But one of those was not to do with agricultural land, because it is commonly recognised, as I say, at both officer and member level within Medway, that best and most versatile agricultural land has to be developed. And also, Madam, I think it's in the committee report and or certainly in other appeal decisions, that the immediate area joining the Medway urban area comprises the best, most versatile, sorry, the best, the higher quality agricultural land. So in terms of expanding the existing urban area, it will inevitably go on best and most versatile agricultural land.
You state that the best and most versatile land is in the sort of area just outside the urban development. What evidence is that based on?
I'm referring to, Madam, I was referring you to the committee report, which is the officer's own words, where it draws that conclusion. I can take you to it if it would be helpful. It's the committee report, Mr. Defoe. Sorry, Mr. Defoe. And again, it's on the preceding page to the landscape reference that I've referred to earlier regarding the alley. It is, but I'm on the next page to that. Well, there isn't. Yeah, it's either page 29 or 31. I think that covers it fairly comprehensively. The particular point I was referring to was on the next page. In considering whether there is an alternative... Sorry, madam. In considering whether there is an alternative lower grade land available, it is noted that the DEFRA's Magic Agricultural Land Classification map indicates that large parts of the land adjoining the Medway urban area are likely to be best and most versatile agricultural land. It is therefore considered unlikely that meeting Medway's housing land supply requirements can be accommodated on agricultural land of grade 3A or lower.
Okay, yeah, by the same point then, Magic Maps identifies Cliffe and the surrounding areas of grade 1, i.e. being of the highest, best and most versatile lands. So the point about the best and most versatile land being outside the urban areas is applicable to Cliffe in the same regard. I've lost where I am, sorry, I apologise.
The majority of the appeal site, madam, lies within grade 2. I don't want to get into differences between grade 2, grade 1 and so on. I'm relying upon the expert technical report that accompanied the planning application prepared by Reading Consultants. The majority of which was... Is,
that's on the pre, if you're on the same document, that is on the preceding page. That's by the subgrades of the area. Page 31, I've got that right.
Just to be clear, grades 1, 2 and 3A are still classed as best and most versatile?
that's correct. We're not disputing the fact that the appeal scheme involves the loss of best and most versatile.
Yep.
We consider it to be grade 2 and 3A. I think there's some contention on your part that it might be grade 1. We think otherwise. Irrespective of that, it still falls within the best and most versatile classification.
Okay, thank you. In your opening statement, you mentioned about local environment designations, particularly the adjacent Ramsar on West Street that actually borders up to West Street, with the buffer zone from that Ramsar extending into the western parcel of land where the semi-natural open space is. In regard of that, or in respect of that, has Kent County Council Ecology been consulted on the use of informal sports within that semi-natural open space in the context of that being a Ramsar buffer zone?
I apologise, Mr. Smith. I don't think I did mention the Ramsar in my opening. If I did,
sorry,
then
I do apologise.
In regard to Kent County Council KCC Biodiversity Team, they were consulted on the planning application. They didn't have any objections to the planning application. They recommended certain planning conditions to be applied to the planning permission, and those planning conditions have been applied to the list we discussed on Thursday afternoon, and will be consulted again, obviously, in terms of working up the detail in discharging those conditions regarding whether it's condition number 30 or condition number 46.
Okay. Again, similar question then, has Design Out Crime or Kent Police been consulted on the use of informal sports in the semi-natural open areas?
I don't believe so as part of the outline planning application, because it's not something we're specifically proposing in terms of the detail. They will be consulted on as part of the, whether it's the discharge of conditions and or the reserved matters in terms of informing the detail of those component parts of the proposed scheme.
So just to confirm then, is the semi-natural open space being considered for informal sports, or is it not? it's one of the other if that's the case,
Well,
with, if
it's not
KCC is to
the,
be considered or not.
I believe, Madam, I think it was Mr Grady was taken to a part of the planning statement. I've always envisaged the 9.2 hectares. So actually, Madam, can I just get the planning? Can I just get that particular part of the planning statement?